This episode of the Cult Popture podcast was brought to you by our Patreon. If you want to tell us which films we should watch, get up to 2 extra exclusive podcasts a month, give us something to talk about in the post-credit scene at the end of each episode, or join us for our monthly movie club Zoom call where we discuss a film together, then please consider joining the cult and donating at www.patreon.com/cultpopture. Oh, let's get ready to rumble!
You were so loud then that your microphone, some kind of like gate on Zoom's audio recorder, like just quietened you down for me. That was crazy.
In the red corner, weighing in at pounds, the undisputed frog gay man, it's Alex Jones.
Thank you so much. It's good to be here.
That's a reference. Like, I feel like I shouldn't start the episode by using frog gay man. It's a reference to the commentator Alex Jones, which is also your name. AJ, yes. You normally tend to go by. And he has a famous tirade about turning the frog gay. That was the first thing that came into my mind. I did not prepare anything for your nickname, as is evidenced by the fact I called you the undisputed frog gay man.
And from frog gay man to once closeted gay man, it's Ricky Martin in the other corner.
Very good. Imagine that. Right, you guys ready to rumble? Over here we've got the Master of Disaster, Apollo Creed, and then over there we've got the Italian stallion, Rocky Balboa.
Apparently you're not allowed to say let's get ready to rumble like that in any
it's like trademarked, right?
Yeah, which is, I think that's a bit much, but also they get that guy for everything.
Yeah, exactly.
He's in every movie about this that's even vaguely related to this.
Well, even you have to. It's like if you've got the budget to make a movie, you can afford the let's get ready to rumble guy.
A man whose name I'm not confident in guessing. There's some names it could be rolling around in my head.
Is one of them Vince McMahon?
And is that it?
No. No, he's like the head of WWE.
That's who I was rolling around in my head.
Yeah, I 100% knew that's what it would be. Anyway, as referenced briefly there, when I mentioned Apollo Creed and Rocky Balboa, we're here today to talk about the Rocky film franchise, because what is this, AJ?
This is film franchise Fortnights on the Cult Popture podcast, a recently possibly nominated podcast for...
I think you're getting ahead of yourself there. I think
Are we not nominated?
I don't think so.
The New Zealand Podcast Awards tweeted us and said, introducing Cult Popture, which I
think it's more of an acknowledgement of a submission, because I know we have been submitted.
I want to win Best New Podcast. That's what I want to win. I looked at their awards. I thought that'd be pretty funny. If a 5-year-old podcast won Best New Podcast, that'd be great.
Yeah. So, there's a film in this podcast. We every 2 weeks look at a different film franchise. Some chosen randomly, some chosen by our Patreon, and this one was chosen by our Patreon, which you can go ahead and join it if you want to vote on what franchise we should watch. www.patreon.com/cultpopture. And this was like one of the tightest fought races we've ever had for what we should cover on Film Franchise Fortnights, and it ended up being one, and there was a 3-way tie, and we had to go to the random number generator, which is the boxing equivalent of going to the judges, and Rocky won in the franchise equivalent, the podcasting equivalent of a split decision, which is incredibly fitting for the Rocky franchise. Though Rocky doesn't often win by split decision.
So it's a funny observation. If it's by split decision, Rocky's like, don't. I'm not very good at those. So we've been doing this podcast for over 5 years, 6 seasons. We've covered 104. I can check actually. 136 franchises, not including this one. And of those 136 and the ad infinitum every other franchise there is. Rocky has been one on your wish list, I guess, and not on my wish list for a while now, because you're quite a fan of these films, and I'd never seen them, and so this does feel quite momentous that we're at this stage where we're covering a podcast, we're covering a franchise I remember you telling me you can't wait to cover 5 years ago. You know, we're finally
before
there,
we started
before
the podcast.
we started the podcast. Yeah. Or just after, maybe.
And we're finally here, and it's unreal. It's unreal. So, in a little bit of a break from form, I will be running this episode. It's scheduled to be AJ.
Ah, yes.
Also worth mentioning as well is that New Zealand is currently in lockdown. We've made a lot of smug jokes over the last 18 months or so about how we did COVID so good, and what was that lockdown even for again? And now you guys are out having fun, going to see Shang-Chi this week. Meanwhile, I probably won't get to see it for another 4 to 8 weeks. We are in lockdown.
I do want to say, I think other countries should still be in lockdown. It's not that they've beaten and that we haven't.
Yeah, sure. It's just our government pretends to care about us more than yours does. But yeah, so lockdown, being in lockdown, famously something that gives you a lot of free time. Famously, something, it'd be a good time to watch 8 Rocky movies, because we're including Creed in this episode, and do all the prep for it. I'm actually busier than normal because of lockdown. So this is it's going to be kind of a free-flowing episode. None of these like pre-written jokes or anything like that. Like they just don't fly under Richard style, baby.
My bread and butter.
Came out with that one last night.
Shit, I was going to use that in half an hour. Now I've got to think of something else.
So, without further ado, what we're going to do is we're just going to go through film by film and talk about these 8 movies. First of all, Rocky, 1976.
Wow.
Yeah, long time ago.
Pretty early, like legitimately a pretty early film, especially for the podcast.
Yeah.
I feel not that we've covered plenty of pre-70s or 70s movies, but I think because franchises kind of boomed in the 2000s that.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, is that Rocky is, as a franchise, is kind of one of the first big adapters of just like numbered sequels.
Right.
There, because like The Godfather Part 2 is often regarded as being, which is around the same time, regarded as being like the first, just Part 2, and like the first one to use a numeral. I don't know that that's 100. I don't think it's 100% true. There is an earlier film that's just called something too, but yeah, Rocky was the first one that really just took that and ran with it, and was getting 2, 3, 4, and 5. But yeah, before we get any further, what is Rocky 1976?
Rocky 1976 is about a Philadelphian amateur boxer named Rocky Balboa, played by Sylvester Stallone, a man who you said we're not allowed to do impressions of in this episode.
Well, I hypothesize, or I put to you that maybe we should put that as a rule, because when we did Terminator, another famously imitable action star from the 80s, Arnold Schwarzenegger, we put a limit on ourselves that we weren't allowed to impersonate him.
Okay, I'm down with it.
I know we don't have to.
No, let's do it. Can I do my Vin Diesel impression, which is so bad that it sounds like a Sylvester Stallone impression?
Sure.
Nah, I'm just kidding. I think this will be fun. I think it'll be an interesting thing to try and not do, especially because it feels like Rocky probably has more stuff to say than Terminator. I don't know. Anyway, so he's a Philadelphian boxer, amateur boxer, and just sort of making his way in the world. He's working as like a bookie for some mob boss,
like a debt collector kind of thing.
And he's in love with a woman who works at a pet store named Adrian, and best friends with her insufferable older brother Paulie. And life is sort of just chugging along for him. And then one day, the heavyweight champion of the world, Apollo Creed, played by Carl Weathers, decides that he's going to do a bit of a publicity stunt and challenge an amateur for the title, as a way to, like, you know, it's like, hey, we're challenging an amateur. Look how cool I am.
Give someone their shot.
Give someone the opportunity, because this is America. You know, this is
the American dream,
land of opportunity, and so. The whole of the first movie is basically just leading up to this fight, while Rocky, like, just sort of lives his life and balances his relationships, and then the fight happens, and it's not about winning; it's about going the distance, which he does. He survives the full 12 rounds of a boxing match against Apollo Creed. And
he also manages to knock down Apollo Creed, which hasn't happened in his career.
Right, there you go. And Apollo Creed keeps the title, but it's very notable that someone was able to go the distance and last alongside with him, I guess. And he goes, he says, "Yo, Adrian, we did it," at the end.
He actually doesn't. That's the end of the second one.
Well...
and this one he just says, "Yo, Adrian."
He says, "Yo, Adrian." And he said, another quote he says is, "Yo, Paulie." I'm not doing the accent. I'm not doing the voice.
Yo, Paulie.
Yo, Paulie.
Rocky, the first film we're talking about, it won Best Picture.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, I believe, our fourth film to win Best Picture after that we've covered on the podcast, after Lord of the Rings: Return of the King and the first two Godfather movies. So it was nominated for 10 Academy Awards. Sylvester Stallone was nominated for Best Actor and Best Screenplay. He's one of only two people to ever be nominated as the sole screenwriter and be nominated for acting.
Right.
The only other person was Charlie Chaplin. Talia Shire was nominated for Best Actress, and Burgess Meredith, who plays Mickey, and Burt Young, who plays Paulie, were both nominated for Best Supporting Actor.
Wow.
Gonna Fly Now was nominated for Best Original Song. Rocky was nominated for Sound Editing, and it won Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Film Editing. It was, we didn't mention it, but it's directed by a guy called John G. Avildsen, which is a name very close to my heart because there was it's a hard thing to describe. It sounds insane, but I was at a pub quiz many years ago. This is before I'd watched the Rocky movies, but I'd done some research onto Rocky. Maybe I'd seen the first one, not the other ones. And it's like, I knew I'd been on the Wikipedia page for Rocky, and I had just I'd skimmed the Wikipedia page before, and at the end of the pub quiz there's like 3 jackpot questions, and one of them was who won Best Director for directing Rocky in 1976, and it was like, I do not know this guy's name, but I can like draw his name because I like just visualizing in my mind the Wikipedia page. I could like look up in the top right and I knew like what the letters in what order looked like, but I wouldn't be able to tell you his name.
That's some beautiful mind shit, dude.
Yeah, it's this weird thing to describe, but and we got the question right.
Nice,
but not in a million years would I have been able to just tell you the guy's name.
It also wasn't directed by Sylvester Stallone, which I think is probably what a lot of people would have put in their pub quiz, because he directed a lot of these movies as well as starring in them.
So what do you think Rocky has on Rotten Tomatoes?
Oh, Rocky Tomatoes. I'm gonna go like 96.
94,
nice.
Which if you're ranking the films by Tomato Meter, Rocky is second.
Wow.
Yeah.
Second to Rocky 5, getting them in early, getting in the digs early on what is indisputably the worst film in the franchise.
But another fun metric for measuring these films and ranking them is that in an interview with Jonathan Ross in 2008, Sylvester, he asked Stallone to rank the Rocky movies because he's like, I love Rocky. He's like, those films are great. He's like, what? Not all of them are great. And Stallone's kind of like, oh yeah. And he says, all right, like let's go through, give them each a score out of 10. And he said, okay, first Rocky, and he gave it, Stallone himself gave it 10 out of 10.
Wow. What do you give the other ones?
Well, we'll get to them as it comes up.
Cool. That's a cool. Yeah, nice. I like that.
All right, so tell me what I'm interested to know. This is the first time you've seen Rocky, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's like so many other old movies that we cover on the show. It's one which the quotes, accurate or not, had been pummeled into my brain as I was growing up. I actually asked you before watching it. I made a joke about Adrian to you before watching it, and then I was like, I don't actually know who Adrian is, and you were like, oh, she's the girl in it, and I was like, she? Like my entire life, I assumed Adrian was like his coach or something. Yeah.
I think I only learnt that because I found there's a Yellow Card song called "Cut Me Mick," which is a reference to when Rocky has to get his eye cut open because it's swelled up so much. And then I was like, wait, if that's Mickey, and then who's Adrian? Because I knew Adrian from the joke in The Simpsons where Bart needs to learn Roman numerals and he says Rocky 2 plus Rocky 5, Rocky 7, Adrian's Revenge. At the time, there wasn't a seventh Rocky movie, but there is now. So, yeah, did you know that Rocky lost the final fight?
I did. Question. I'm sorry. I did know that.
No, like honestly, do you remember when you found out?
No, but I remember the words would have been like, do you know Rocky doesn't even win in the first film?
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember finding that out and being like, the fuck, really? Like, how did they make so many of them?
Yeah.
Like, it just being this mind-blowing thing and then finding out, like, damn, it's actually not about that. And it's a much more intriguing movie because of it.
I think the way boxing is measured and judged is, like, quite subjective as well, which is unlike other sports, maybe. Well, like all of mixed martial arts and whatever the catch-all term is for
combat sports.
Yeah. That they all have to be judged sometimes by a subjective eye, which like football you don't have to do, you know. So
yeah, that's interesting. But the story of a kind of not an amateur but an underdog going up against the heavyweight champion of the world is inspired by the championship match between Muhammad Ali and Chuck Wepner, who Chuck Wepner, there's actually 2 movies about Chuck Wepner, both of which feature a different actor playing Sylvester Stallone. And because there was this whole thing that Chuck Wepner like auditioned for a role in Rocky 2 and then was like too drugged up and flubbed the audition. Wow. And it's like this whole thing. But like both films go further into like one you see Stallone on the set of Copland, the James Mangold film. And it's like, it's weird that this film is in another film.
Do you know what that's like? That's like in Straight Outta Compton. The Straight Outta Compton movie, how the guy who plays Ice Cube is played by Ice Cube's son, and there's a part in it which is sort of like a going over the years montage, and his wife is like, "You busy writing Friday, baby?" And it's like, this is Straight Outta Compton, a movie which I think got nominated for Oscars, or was at least trying to be. And it's like mentioning Friday, a movie that the guy who made Fuck the Police made one time.
And that he like also has to have a scene where he like fucks his mum.
Does he?
Fucks an actress playing his mum.
Oh, right. True. Oh, my God. That's insane. What a crazy movie that is.
But so that fight, Wepner managed to go the distance and actually knocked Ali down, like he hit the mat, which is one of only 4 times in Ali's career. But he lost due to a technical knockout in the final round. Muhammad Ali would later claim that Wepner was standing on his foot when he punched him, which was what caused him to fall down. And then wider shots actually confirmed Ali's assertion. Yeah, so
damn.
But it's actually a really interesting fight to read about. There's like this whole thing while they were promoting it, they're on some talk show or something like that, and in the ad break, so Chuck Wepner's a white man, he's played by Liev Schreiber in one of the movies, and in the ad break, Muhammad Ali turns to him and says, "Hey, call me an effing N-word, and we'll make it like a grudge match." He said effing, but he said the actual N-word, obviously. And then he's like, what the fuck? No, I'm not going to do that. And then they came back from ad breaks and Muhammad Ali's like, do you know what he just called me in the ad break? And it's like, and he was like, covered Ali's mouth. It's like, God, that would be terrifying to be put in that situation.
Wow. Interesting.
But yeah, so that match took place on March 24th, 1975. So that was like a year, like the year before the movie came out, was when he got inspired to write the screenplay, and then to think that it was winning Best Picture, like, just over a year later kind of thing. But the script was written in 3.5 days by Stallone.
It does not feel like that at all. That's crazy.
So he kind of claims, and this is what Taika Waititi, I know, says about writing is, and there's few screenwriters that say it, that it's like, I hate writing, but I love like script doctoring. So and Stallone kind of said, like, just crapped a script out in 3 days, and then I think did 9 other drafts of that. So it took a little bit more time. But obviously, I mean, the fact that the film fucking was coming out a year later, like, it obviously didn't spend that long on his shelf.
Yeah. And it feels like such an intentionally plotted story as well. That's crazy. It's so meticulous.
Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of history with the film Rocky. It's like, it's one of these classic, like, famous behind the scenes stories. Sylvester Stallone, had, anywhere from nothing to $106 in his pocket at the time, depending on which source you read. There's also a kind of unverified fact, which I always thought was this interesting factoid, that he had to sell his dog, Butkus, who's the actual dog in the movie. He had to sell it because there was this bull mastiff, which, as you'll see in the movie, is this fucking gigantic dog, and he couldn't afford to feed it, so he had to sell it. He sold it for either $25, $50, or $100, and then when he managed to sell the script, tried to buy it back, and gave. And the guy who he bought it off was now like, oh, well, fuck, you've got all this money now, I'm going to, like, demand apparently $15,000, but again, there's a lot of different sources. But it is like, he asked for a lot more, and then also, according to some sources, he then has a role in the film. Who the role is depends on your version of the story. But Butkus, the dog on the first film, was Stallone's actual dog in real life, which is one of many fun little pieces of trivia behind the scenes. But yeah, so essentially, the kind of the most famous sort of thing about this, and the whole the life imitating art underdog story of Rocky, is that Stallone wrote this script, and it was one of those things that became this quite hot script, and the studio wanted to buy it, and they wanted to put Burt Reynolds, James Caan, like one of these kind of bankable stars in the lead role, and he held on to it and said, like, no, I'm only going to do this. I'm only going to sell the script if I can star in it. And he said he would have kicked himself if it was a success and someone else had starred in it.
Yeah.
And eventually, there's a few different stories, but there was this movie called Paradise Alley, which came out just after Rocky, but was kind of made beforehand. And this is how Stallone tells the story, because this was a novel that Stallone wrote and then wrote into a screenplay and was trying to sell it. So he said, I was very broke, and I optioned the screenplay of Paradise Alley to a real, how should I say this, maggot, who put his hooks in so deep I could never get away from him. So the first time I went in to meet Chardoff and Winkler, who were the producers on Rocky, I was there on an acting job. I didn't get it, but on the way out I said, I have this screenplay called Paradise Alley. They said to bring it over, and I did. They wanted to make it, but the other cretin that I had optioned it to was so obnoxious, so overbearing, that the producers wanted nothing to do with me or the screenplay. So on the way out, they said, if you have any ideas, we'd be happy to look at them. That night, I went home. Even a fire extinguisher couldn't cool the burning in my brain. The door of opportunity was wide open, and I had nothing to carry over its threshold. That's when I started to write Rocky. So thank God for the maggot. Otherwise, I never would have written the story of Mr. Balboa. And
Rocky is Stallone's big break, yeah?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it wasn't Rambo first or anything. When was Rambo?
No. Rambo was a little bit later.
I gotta say, what is Rambo? Because having an idea of who Stallone is, and him often being compared to Schwarzenegger, and like having him be put in the certain like aging 80s action star camp, and then watching something like Rocky, which is the slow, methodical, like quite intelligent Best Picture winner.
Yeah,
it's like, and then he made, what is Rambo? Is Rambo as dumb as I've always thought it was, or is that deeper as well?
Well, again, so Rambo is based on a novel, and I don't think actually Stallone adapted it. I think someone else adapted it, and then he like punched up that screenplay. Again, I haven't seen any of the Rambo films. This is kind of just going off, secondhand knowledge. But the original Rambo, or it's called First Blood, is all about this like tortured war vet who is wrongly accused of murdering someone, and it's like, and everyone comes after him. The whole thing is they drew first blood, not me. That's why he's on the run. And then it kind of just devolves into like a big time action, but especially by the time you get to the one that's actually just called Rambo, came out 2008. That's like, I think he couldn't, he knew they couldn't relive the kind of the subtlety and the depth of the original film. So like, let's just fill it with as much gore as we can. And it actually has one of the highest like body counts, or like, there's a kill like every 90 seconds or something like that in that film.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, I would love to cover Rambo, but yeah, the I don't know if the highs are high, but I think the lows are lower in Rambo.
Right.
But yeah, so when the studio essentially said like, you can make whatever you want, but you have to keep it under $1 million. And so the budget ended up being $1.1 million. It went 100,000 over budget, and Chardoff and Winkler actually mortgaged their houses to get the extra 100K. And it's like, you would never have that in Hollywood these days. Like, this is just, like producers who really just believed in a project and it got made. And again, like I said, there's like all these behind the scenes things about how they had no budget. There's like a few fun ones I kind of saw, is the one like Apollo Creed's offices. That's just one of the producers' offices, and it's like on a movie studio. And they were like, "Fuck!" Well, we wanted it to look like, it's a real important, so it's like up on a high rise, but we're just in the middle of a movie studio. And they're like, wait, we're in the middle of a movie studio. We can just put fucking any backdrop behind the windows. So they, found the right one and put it there. So it's you can kind of tell it's a backdrop, but yeah, like one of these things we talked about this last episode, that you have those kind of cost cutting measures, obviously not to the extent of El Mariachi, but they breed creativity, and you end up with this much like nicer film. Another classic one actually is when they go into the final fight, and he's in the ring, looking up at the posters, and kind of like, it's really just when it dawns on Rocky that what's about to happen. And they've got the big paintings of Apollo Creed and Rocky Balboa, and Rocky points out that his trunks are white with red stripe, and the picture has him with red with white stripe, or the other way around. And that's just the props department fucked up, and they couldn't afford to fix it. And so he's like, all right, well, it actually really works for the story, so I'll point it out. And then same with his robe being too baggy. It was like the one they got was too baggy. So he's like, no, sweet, okay, I'll just mention it.
But that's also like, the robe being too baggy is now what I picture when I picture a boxer going out to the ring, as a overly baggy robe. The shorts being the wrong color is cool, because it's like, what the full, he has an exchange with one of the guys there, and he's like, it's the wrong color, and the guy's like, it's not really about that, is it? Like, that doesn't really matter, or something. And it's this weirdly like kind of poignant line. I don't know. I liked this movie. I liked how,
what did you think of the film?
I liked how it's so slow in a good way. It's so quiet. It's such a quiet movie. Not a lot happens in it, and interestingly as well, the stakes aren't even that high. He's not trying to prove anything to anyone. He's not in trouble.
He's trying to prove it to himself.
But like, that's that's what it is. But like,
the personal stakes,
he's not in debt. He's not, the other movies, they amp up why he has to fight. Like, the relationship between Creed and Rocky in this, Apollo and Rocky, isn't that like venomous. In fact, they're quite chummy to begin with, and there's not even really a point during the fight where Apollo is like, I gotta show this, I gotta step up. It's sort of just like, wow, this is pretty crazy. Like, the whole time it's just, he doesn't, in the second one he's angry, but in the first one it's like just sort of very gentle and timid, and
well, and the thing is as well about Apollo Creed is that he, and this is kind of the whole plot, or the whole point of the movie, is that Creed underestimated Rocky, and everyone did. And actually a fun little story about how Carl Weathers got the role is that part of his audition was to like spar, fake box or light box with Stallone, and there was one bit where he like accidentally punched him on the chin or something like that, and they were like, whoa, what's going on? And Carl Weathers was like, maybe if I could box with the real actor and not just a stand-in, I could do a better job. And they were like, well, actually, this is the actor, and he also wrote the film. And he was like, oh, well, maybe he'll get better. And Stallone was like, you've got the part.
Yeah, I'd cast him as well after that. The kind of thing that's hung over Stallone, I think, especially because of Rambo and especially because of roles that that maybe weren't as wise, and like kind of his voice as well, is like he really does have this the stigma of being kind of a dummy, right? Kind of like a bit of a bonehead.
Well, and it's also one of those things that like Rocky is. He's a simple-minded.
Rocky is stupid. These movies are full of stupid people, but they're written very intelligently. And I don't say stupid in a judging way. It's like every main character is a little bit of a numbskull, and that's kind of what's endearing about them. It's kind of what gives them their character. And it's interesting to I mean, I don't know if I necessarily thought Stallone was an idiot before watching these films, but I have learned through this and also watching Suicide Squad recently that, like, he's very good at playing dumb people.
Meatheads.
Which probably means he's not dumb.
Yeah. Like, and I think it's that thing that he has a famously dumb-sounding voice.
Yeah, which you will not hear us do. You won't hear it.
And I think it's that he's smart enough to realize how dumb he sounds.
Yeah.
So he plays characters like Rocky, and he's happy to do something like King Shark.
Yeah. Yeah, that's totally it.
Yeah. So, Rocky, you liked the film.
I did, but we need to open up the dusty doors of a James Bond segment that we did for our James Bond series, and that is the corner I detest, the corner I'm a little bit scared of, Richard. It's time for the return to problematic corner, because there is a scene in this movie, and content warning if you're listening, we are going to be talking about some coercion sort of shit that needs to be discussed, I think, about this movie. And as much as I can respect like arguments about like you've got to judge a movie for the product of the time, I ranked this 4 stars on Letterboxd, and I think the reason I didn't bump it up anymore was because this scene is such a turd in the salad that I
gave it.
I didn't feel like I could rank.
Yeah, I gave it 4.5, and it's like this is almost a perfect movie, but it has one scene that I could do without.
It has a scene with a capital S. You know.
So what happens in the scene?
So the first sort of quarter of the movie, he's basically trying to woo Adrian, the pet shop girl. And she doesn't seem not interested, but she's very shy. And eventually he convinces Paulie to like trick her into going out with him, and that's fine. They go ice skating, and it's sweet, and there's maybe a connection between them. And then
also,
they go
sorry to interrupt again. The ice skating scene that scene was supposed to have 300 extras, and they couldn't afford. One showed up, and so Stallone was like fuck, and rewrote the scene on the fly. And that extra, I guess, got promoted to being the owner of the rink, because they skate. He pays the guy to let them skate around the empty rink. And like one of the films, it's not one of the most iconic scenes because it's full of iconic scenes, but it's quite stood the test of time.
Yeah. And then they go back to his apartment, and he invites her in, which she doesn't really want to go in. She doesn't really want to go into the building, but he convinces her, and then he like takes off his jacket and stuff, so he's just in like his sort of tank top.
Yeah.
And is sort of very heavily flirting with her, and eventually literally corners her in the corner of his room. And it's all done very slowly and arguably non-threateningly.
Yeah. And also keep in mind the difference in stature when you're talking about quite a shy young woman and the future heavyweight champion of the world.
Yeah. And he eventually says, I'm going to kiss you. You don't have to kiss me back if you don't feel like it. And they kiss, and the scene cuts, and when you see them any time else in the rest of the franchise, they're very happily in love. So take that for what it's worth. But I do think this is a very telling scene, a very alarming scene. And not just because nowadays we can look at something like this and be like, that's a shitty thing to do. And that's, you know, I don't know what the right terms are, but basically doesn't really feel like he gives her an option to leave. But I thought what was so interesting about the dialogue in the scene is she literally says the line, "I'm feeling uncomfortable," which is like, how do you have the like knowledge and understanding to write the line, "I'm feeling uncomfortable," into that scene and not be like, wow, what is the dynamic here? What is the deal here? And what troubles me about the scene more than it just being in the movie is it feels like this probably happened in real life in Sylvester Stallone's life. It feels very autobiographical, written by someone who was the man in this situation and is just writing verbatim the dialogue, but doesn't seem to get that this means that he basically forced her into it.
Well, interestingly, the behind the scenes of this scene, the behind the scene is that it was actually not scripted this way originally. Talia Shire had contracted the flu and was worried about getting Sylvester Stallone sick, so she was very hesitant to kiss him. Her hesitation of behavior was actually such an improvement over the scripted scene that they decided to keep it. And then it's actually kind of gone on to become him and Talia Shire's one of their favorite scenes of the whole franchise. They see it as the birth scene for Adrian where she's awakened to a new life.
I get, like, I mean, as I say, they are shown happy together in every other scene following this, which at least means that that she likes him, and it's just like, it's such a 1976 sensibility to think that like a little bit of yes means no and a little bit of no means yes. I mean.
Yeah, exactly. It's that kind of like,
bit like you got to earn
the
it.
chase and whatnot.
Yeah.
Which, you know, is a day to think of. But it is also the thing that like, because I watched this just before, like in the last 2 weeks, I watched it before you, and I was like, there's one pretty problematic scene, and you're like, just one? That's great. And it's like, it kind of is like, yeah, I mean, like out of all, you know, you expect like this meathead, you know, jock movie from 1976 has one scene that's like a little bit dicey. It's like that's I see this as an absolute win.
they never for a movie about like a sport which I'm sure has an extraordinarily high domestic violence rate amongst its competitors. It doesn't really ever delve into that sort of thing. Yeah. And yeah, it's just one of those things that in the 70s people probably thought this was really sweet. But in 2021, it's like people have been fired from their jobs for this. People have lost their livelihood because of things like this. Like, you know, and that's probably the wrong way to put it. The right way to put it is like, this behavior was considered okay, but it was considered okay by like the men who were perpetrating it, and not the women who were often the ones in the corner, you know. It's just it's a very interesting scene. And I would probably adapt it at least so that she does. I would take out that line about her being uncomfortable. I think that even that I'm going to kiss you and you don't have to kiss me back line, I think that's fine if there's still a bit more body language consent going on. It's the fact that she like states out she doesn't like this. That's what grinded me to a halt. And I was like, God, is this going to turn into like a horror movie like for one scene?
Yeah. But other than that,
oh, great movie. Other than that, no, and genuinely, as I said before, there's just the slowness to it that I really dig, and I think this is a very typical of Best Picture winners, that they are like this often. I've noticed like Best Picture winners from all eras, not every Best Picture winner, but a lot of them. It's quite hard to put your finger on what's special about them because it's kind of baked into it, and I think this movie as a whole qualifies for that description.
Yeah, no, for sure. All I haven't mentioned my my history with Rocky. I'll do that just briefly before we move on to the second one because it kind of ties into that. But yeah, it was the year before we started the podcast. So like I was at home, I think probably over Christmas, and yeah, all the Rocky films used to be on Netflix in New Zealand, and yeah, I was at home.
That would have been great.
Yeah, yeah, and I yeah, I was at home and looking for a film to watch with my parents, and they said, "Oh, have you ever seen Rocky?" And I said, "No, I haven't." And so we put it on, and I was kind of like, "Yeah, it's actually kind of slow." I maybe wasn't like super into it. I thought it was like, yeah, a good enough movie. It was one of those kind of ones. And then in that period, I had about like 8 weeks off work or something like that. I had it was like a gap between seasons. I had heaps of time off work, and there was one day I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna watch every Rocky sequel. I don't know what drove me to do this because it's not like the first one like captured me so much that I had to watch the rest of them. But yeah, in one day I watched Rocky 2 all the way through to Creed, because Creed 2 wasn't out at that point. But yeah, and I just like fell in love with it. It became like, and I would say to anyone out there that's maybe only seen the first Rocky or has seen whatever, who's listening to this, I would say, and we'll get into more as to why, I would say it's an incredibly rewarding franchise to watch. And I think the roller coaster it takes you on is just, if nothing else, it's incredibly interesting.
I agree, because there are franchises that we cover on this show where a lot of them have films in it that make you go like, all right, I don't really know what I'm going to say about this. And we've talked for 40 minutes about Rocky 1.
We had a pretty long preamble at the start, the whole gay frog man.
Yeah, but I could probably use the same amount of time to talk about the next 3 films. Which is only to say, not even that they're bad necessarily, just that I've got a lot less to say. And by the time I got to Rocky 5, I was like, I don't know if this is going to be the like blockbuster episode that Richard has always dreamed it would be. But then 5 through Balboa to Creed and Creed 2, I've got plenty to say about those ones. So
yeah,
there you go.
So this is going to be a blockbuster episode, folks. So strap in. If you haven't looked at how much time is left already, don't look now because you'll be intimidated. You'll be like a young Adrian Penino up against Rocky Balboa. You'll be intimidated and you'll be uncomfortable.
Wow. Okay. That you took so long pronouncing her surname that I was like, surely he's not going to say what it sounds like he's about to say. And then you made that comparison. and I didn't stop you, so I'm just as culpable.
Yeah. You get cancelled over that joke, not me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that is the first Rocky movie. I'm sorry I didn't get to everyone's favorite fun fact about it. Stallone and Weathers both suffered injuries during the shooting. Stallone got bruised ribs and Weathers got a damaged nose, which are each other's characters' injuries.
Right, nice.
I do have one piece of dumb IMDb trivia, though. So this is what it says on IMDb. Dumb IMDb, there's a segment we do on our show where, because IMDb trivia is user submitted, anyone can just put any old thing in. Oftentimes they're dumb for whatever reason. This one says, as of 2018, the only Best Picture Oscar nominated film starring Sylvester Stallone, also as of 2021. And it's like, if you can just go in and edit, just change 2018 to 2021. Like,
that is legitimately kind of interesting, though. That did these sequels get any Oscar love at all?
So 1, 3, and Creed were nominated for Oscars.
Right.
3 was nominated for Eye of the Tiger. Creed, Sylvester Stallone got another Oscar nomination. But we'll get to those.
Okay.
So Rocky 2 came out 3 years later, 1979. What do you think it has on Rotten Tomatoes?
77.
Very close, 71%. So in ranking from 1 to 8 for the Rocky films on Rotten Tomatoes, Rocky 2 comes in at 5th.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
And in that interview with Jonathan Ross, when Stallone gave each film a score out of 10, what do you think he gave Rocky 2?
10.
He gave it 7.5 out of 10, and Jonathan Ross told him he was being generous. Which I was like, Rocky 2 I don't think is a famously bad sequel.
No.
Weirdly. So, but what is Rocky 2 about, please, AJ?
It's about, is it like a couple months later after the first?
Well, it starts like immediately after.
Right, true. Basically, Rocky, the first sort of quarter of the movie is just Rocky and Adrian happily living in the spoils of the world that they've inherited through becoming famous overnight, basically, and getting a bunch of ad deals, which Rocky isn't very good at, and as they start to run out, they get married, but as they start to run out of money and Adrian falls pregnant,
someone better pick her up.
They're quite worried about their future, and Rocky eventually agrees to a rematch with Creed, who is furious that he didn't. That
wasn't like a clear victory.
That there wasn't a clear victory, and this
because he gets a lot of hate mail from people saying he fixed the fight.
And
whatnot.
Adrian doesn't want him to do it, and he's like, "Hey, yo, Adrian, I've got to do it. You're my best girl, but I got to do it. He says, you can't ask me to not be a man. I don't ask you to not be a woman. You can't ask me not to be a man." And the story is basically him training for this fight, and then at one point Adrian falls into a coma. Sorry, a bit of pick up
when she has a premature baby.
Yeah, and then he fights Creed, and it's even more brutal, and he wins this time and goes, "Yo, Adrian, we did it." And all the while, Paulie is also there.
Well, we could probably get through this podcast without even mentioning Paulie if we wanted to. Apart from his fuck robot in 4.
I don't want to not mention Paulie. I'll say this right here. What an unlikable character to keep in all of them, or at least most of them. Like, so unredeemable as well. Just like nothing going for him whatsoever. But he's in every one except or he's at least in the first 5.
He's in all the Rocky ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how does more specifically than just Rocky winning? How does the fight end?
Is this the one where they both fall over, but Rocky gets up?
So they both get knocked down, and it's like the final round, and they both get the count, and Rocky manages to stand up while Apollo collapses, making him the heavyweight champion of the world. Although in actual boxing rules, because it's like Rocky falls and Rocky knocks Apollo over and also falls. Even if neither of them got up, that would be Rocky winning by knockout.
Oh, right. There you go.
So, it takes away from the drama if you look like that, but that's what actually would happen.
It's like in Mighty Ducks 2 when it's like the drama is built off something that doesn't matter from the... I can't remember exactly what it was. It's like the last puck shot into the goal you already know happened, but they build up like maybe it didn't work. But anyway, I thought that this movie, first of all, it's quite good. It's quite good for a time when sequels weren't very good. It is a little derivative, but I will say it has the better fight, probably the best fight in the whole franchise. I thought the best final fight. I really appreciated how like clear that's the as someone who's not really into sport, I really appreciated how a lot of the Rocky movies really like explain, like hold your hand and visually really do a great job of communicating the story of a fight to you when you could very easily just show two people punching each other and I'd be like, yep, okay, whatever. I think this is the last one where they look really fucked up in the fight, and I wonder what happened to like Stallone's rising star, that at some point after this film he was like, no, we can't make me look ugly anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because that's what it feels like, because in 3 it's not entirely like pretty, but like in 4 and 5, like anytime he gets in a fight he just looks fucking fine afterwards.
He looks damn fine.
And it's interesting that like part of what's so good about Rocky is how grounded that first film is, and how you know, him looking all battered and bruised is kind of the appeal. And this is the last time they lean into that, which I thought was interesting. I also thought that what sets this one apart, and what could have been in the first one as well, but wasn't, is the first one doesn't really show Rocky dealing with becoming famous at all. Whereas this one, like there's a scene where he's supposed to shoot like a deodorant commercial or something like that, and he's really bad, and the director has no patience for him, and the entire scene I was just like, it's bad director, you know?
Yeah.
Get a non-actor in who's like your talent, like you fucking you like, as a director of commercials, you've got to actually bring that person up, you know? It's not up to them, they're just a guy, you know?
Yeah.
Funny that it would have been Stallone directing him though.
Yes, yeah, this film was directed by Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah.
As mentioned. But yeah, it is interesting what you mentioned about like you know, Stallone's like star power. That it actually is really, it parallels the Rocky franchise. So this is like, yeah, okay, yep, he's doing pretty good. Sure, but maybe he has a little bit more to go. Maybe you can just prove that wasn't a fluke. And then of course by the time you get to Rocky 3, it's a huge success.
Yeah.
And it actually you can chart that throughout the entire franchise, like amazingly. And it's super interesting, and it kind of, you know, for us sitting here in 2021, sitting here comfortably, it's this interesting insight into kind of what, you know, Hollywood and how people's different stars reacted in the late 70s, early 80s. But yeah, so you said, you like this film. I really like this film. I think it's probably, to me, I think it's just as good as the first one, but it's missing this one creepy scene.
I don't think Stallone at this point was as good of a director as the other guy, and I think that comes across. I think just by virtue of it being like repeating a lot of the same beats, it's not as good, you know? Like it's Hangover 2 kind of situation, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know, like, if I have huge issues with that, though. I think it's, yeah.
I don't think it's bad. And while I was watching it, I did sneak a peek at the Rotten Tomatoes score, because I was impressed enough by it to be like, there's no way people think this is a bad film, you know? Like, sure. it's too intentional with what it's doing. Like, I think maybe some part of me thought that the sequels were all like cash grabs, but this really isn't that. And I can see the passion and the heart that's in it that maybe wasn't expected.
Yeah. So this was actually originally titled Rocky 2 Redemption. What do you think of that?
I don't think that's very good, but I do have title. I don't know if we want to do this movie to movie, or if we want to do we talk about titles a lot on this podcast, but I have renamed all the films.
Wow.
If you want, and we can go into this movie by movie if you like. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah, sure, let's do it.
Yeah. So I like, obviously the first one you just called Rocky. So I haven't changed Rocky or Creed. I've kept those titles as what they are. But I was thinking about what you could have titled this, and I think Rocky's Rematch is what I would have titled this, which is an indication of the titling scheme I'm going with going forward. So I would have called this Rocky's Rematch, because that's what it is. That's what it's about. I think that's also distinctly sequely. I think that have put butts in seats, because it would have also told people that Apollo Creed's back, which is, I think people probably would have really wanted, and like it could be very easy to think of these movies as like Rocky boxes another big bad guy, and for a fleeting moment in the middle of the franchise there it is that,
Yeah.
but this one is genuinely like no, it's the same guy. What's going to happen this time? And there's a lot more anger and contempt, I guess.
Yeah. The kind of the dynamic between Creed and Rocky, and actually like probably my favorite scene in this film, and maybe one of my favorite. It's just a very quiet, like very quick scene at the start, when both men are in hospital dealing with their injuries.
Oh yeah.
At the start of the film, and Rocky says to Apollo, "Did you give me your best?" And Apollo just says, "Yeah," and it's like. It tells you so much, because then the whole rest of the film is Apollo being like, "No, I can beat this chump any day, any time," and trying to prove himself. But it tells you something. The whole film, deep down, that Apollo's thinking like, "Fuck, this dude can actually beat me," and it's just like this moment of sincerity from him, and it's this respect from Creed to Balboa that he admits that was his best, because he could threaten him and be like, "Nah, man, that was 50% or whatever."
Yeah,
he's shocked like, to his very core.
It's like the code of boxing that like I'm not, I can't ruin this kid's life by telling him that I wasn't giving 100%.
Yeah, and because the character of Apollo Creed is obviously heavily based on Muhammad Ali, who's famously very cocky and very much like a showman, kind of thing, and the taunting outside of the ring is just as important as what you do in the ring. Yeah, so that's Rocky 2, unless you heard anything else really you want to say about it.
No, and I apologize that we've talked about it for such a small amount of time compared to the first one, but that is kind of that is both our internal clocks knowing we've got to talk about 8 movies in some semblance of a reasonable podcast time frame, but also there is a lot less to say, I think, about these movies. Well, a lot of the sequels anyway.
Yeah, sure. It is interesting. So the just in terms of Stallone, because he directed a lot of the sequels, that he kind of he did a similar like big campaign, like, no, the only way this is going to get made is if I direct it, because he had directed that Paradise Alley, which I mentioned earlier, and it wasn't a huge success, but then the Winkler and Chartoff, who the producers, they understood how the first one was a success because of Stallone, and who better to take the reins of the franchise,
and it would eventually crest and then be their downfall, and then maybe something special a little later.
I don't know that it's their downfall.
I think because Rocky 5 wasn't directed by
Stallone. It was directed by Academy Award winner for the first Rocky, John G. Albertson.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I didn't know John G. Albertson returned for it. Sorry, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Sorry.
But yeah, we can move on now to Rocky 3. Surprisingly as well, no dumb IMDb trivia for the second film.
Wow.
But Rocky 3, what do you think this has on Rotten Tomatoes?
I would assume this would be in the 60s. I think this is a diminishing returns franchise for quite a while going forward.
It's 64, so it's in the 60s, yeah. So it's 6th out of, if you rank them in order. And on that interview with Jonathan Ross, where he gave the score out of 10, what do you think he gave this one?
6.
He gave it a 9, and Jonathan Ross was like, yeah, man, like, yeah, the third one's great. Which is interesting that he said, 7.5, you're being generous to 2, but he's like, yeah, man, the third one's amazing, eh? And he's like, because that's one where you got Mr. T, and it's like, and Hulk Hogan. But I'm getting ahead of myself. What is Rocky 3 about?
It's about Mr. T and Hulk Hogan.
Oh, no, I spoiled it.
I'm just counting. Oh, there you go. I've put Rocky 3 6th in my ranking as well.
Oh,
wow. Sorry, I was just checking that. So basically now, like, Rocky is like, it's a few years later now. I feel like it's probably the amount of time that's passed since the first film has passed in film time as well. And Rocky has sort of enjoyed a career of defending his title as heavyweight champion of the world, and he's ready to retire. But just as he's ready to retire, Mr. T, playing a guy named Clubber Lang, comes out of the woodwork and is like, I pity the fool. Can we do Mr. T impressions?
Yeah.
They banned as well. He's like, I challenge you to a fight, Rocky Balboa, and if you don't defend your honor, you're nothing. Like, you're not the champ. And this works on him. And so he decides to fight Clubber Lang. But while just before the fight, Mick, his beloved coach, passes away from.
But also, it's worth pointing out as well that Mr. T's Clubber Lang's assertion that he's fighting lesser opponents actually was true, and that Mickey has been handpicking Rocky's opponents to try and spare him another beating like he got at the hands of Apollo Creed,
which I imagine is actually probably pretty standard for defending your title belt, right? They probably do that. They probably get a bunch of scrubs that can't defeat. Anyway, so they go head to head, and it's only the first act. So Clubber Lang beats him, and Mick dies, and sort of not sure what to do with himself. Rocky's pretty depressed, but then who should turn up but none other than Apollo Creed, who is like, bro, I will train you, and we're gonna beat Mr. T together. And the rest of the movie is quite an extensive training montage, and then they fight. Then he fights Clubber again and defeats him, and it ends with a scene that I had seen parodied in Family Guy. Which is the Apollo and Rocky have sort of like a playful boxing match at the end, and it freeze frames right as they go to punch each other's face. And yeah, and
you never find out who won their third match.
No, yeah.
Or do you?
Wow.
It was a secret for a long time, but the winner is revealed in Creed, and we'll get to that in just a few movies' time. But yeah, the whole time Apollo's saying, "I'll train you, but you owe me a favor," and then at the end, the favor is revealed to be that he wants a rematch. So yeah, this was kind of similar to how the first Rocky was the big breakout role for Stallone. This was the big breakout role for Mr. T, who had worked as like a bodyguard. He was a bodyguard for Muhammad Ali, actually. But yeah, I think that they'd auditioned like Joe Frazier, Ernie Shevers, but Joe Frazier had a stuttering problem, and Ernie Shavers had a high-pitched voice, which would have undermined his menacing presence. And then they ended up finding, by watching America's Toughest Bouncer, they were amazed by this guy's charisma and tracked him down. And it was Mr. T, and yeah, this kind of exploded him onto the scene. And interestingly, like Rocky 3 introduces two massive pieces of pop culture into the zeitgeist. One being the song "Eye of the Tiger," which was written specifically for this film because they couldn't. Queen denied Stallone the ability to use "Another One Bites the Dust," so he commissioned the band Survivor to write a song for the film. And the other one is that this is the first time Mr. T ever utters the phrase, "I pity the fool."
And these are both two additions to pop culture that people don't think is from Rocky 3. Because people probably think Eye of the Tiger's from Rocky 1, and I would have assumed I Pity the Fool is from the A-Team.
Which actually he never says in the A-Team.
There you go.
But yeah, the context of I Pity the Fool is actually really interesting because they go, like it's one of those things I just never like questioned it as a phrase, but it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense because they say, do you hate Mr. Balboa? And he says, I don't hate him, I pity the fool, because he's about to beat his ass.
Yeah,
and yeah, it's interesting. Hearing it in that context.
Do people think Mr. T's a good actor?
I don't know. He's fun. He's got a good screen presence.
I thought he was either pretty bad in this, or the character is like quite a maybe wooden sounding dude. I didn't think he was charismatic at all in this. I thought he was bad.
I don't know, there's a charm to him. I like it.
There's a retrospective charm because it's Mr. fucking T. But like watching it, I was like, this is rough. I think maybe the script's not very kind to him either, because like the challenge that he gives towards Rocky is like in the middle of a crowd during the statue of Rocky unveiling, and it all feels very like haberdashered, like all these pieces being thrown together. I think the storytelling's quite sloppy in some places in this one, and other places it's not at all. And I my favorite thing about this is the idea of Apollo and Rocky becoming friends. I quite like that.
Yeah, and also it's a cool place to take your story, I think, when you realize like that Rocky has turned into Apollo and he's gotten sloppy, and there's another fighter who's young and hungry and has the eye of the tiger, and he's gotten cocky, and again, because when we see Rocky at the start of this film, he's at the height of his fame, he's heavyweight champion of the world. It takes place 5 years afterwards, actually,
right?
After the last film, and so he's been quite comfortably. He hosted the Muppet Show, which they use a clip from when Stallone hosted the Muppet Show and got Jim Henson to actually dub Kermit, announcing Rocky Balboa as the host. Yeah, and so you see all these things, and there's also like Stallone's appearance at the Oscars, as they say, oh, Balboa went to the Oscars kind of thing. But yeah, I think it's a. Yeah, I like this. I like this film. But you also have Hulk Hogan as Thunderlips, which is who's the world wrestling champion, and they have this this exhibition match of like the boxing champion versus the wrestling champion, which shit has happened before. It's based on one of a few real things. Chuck Wepper, actually, who the inspiration for Rocky I mentioned earlier, fought Andre the Giant. Why anyone would ever fight Andre the Giant, I have no fucking idea. And that ended with Andre the Giant throwing him out of the ring, much like Thunderlips does to Rocky, and then Rocky later does to Thunderlips. Yeah, but it's a charity event, and it's like it's one of these things. It's like it's a bit silly, but fucking so much of sport, like these things happen in sport all the time. So it's whatever.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Is like if you enjoyed the kind of cold, grounded reality of Rocky 1, I could imagine the Hulk Hogan scene in this being quite the tough pill to swallow. But at the same time, it's like this is the story of a guy rising to become like this super famous local celebrity, and it's like this stuff would happen. It's like your life probably does get sillier the more famous you get,
And much like Stallone's was at the time, this was kind of a peak of his fame. And a whole kind of subplot in this film is the unveiling of a Rocky Balboa statue at the famous Rocky Steps, which I can't believe we didn't mention in the first film. Of course, the iconic shot of him running up the steps of the Philadelphia Art Museum, and the shot famously was done on a Steadicam, and one of the first major films to use Steadicam. The Steadicam operator in the film invented the Steadicam. That's why they were able to use it.
I didn't know any of this. You say famously and then pull out an extraordinarily interesting piece of trivia I didn't know.
So the sequence of him running the streets of Philadelphia the first thing in the morning, and then he early on in the film, at the start of his training, struggles to run up the steps of the Philadelphia Art Museum, and then later on runs up and triumphantly does a little dance. And there's this very smooth shot running alongside him, which easy to pull off now. You chuck on a crane, chuck on a Steadicam, whatever. This was kind of just the Steadicam inventor showing off, hey, look at this thing I invented. And so he invented the device and shot his girlfriend running up those stairs, and then went from Philly to LA to try and sell the Steadicam using that footage. He sold it immediately and then got hired to work on Rocky and shot one of the most iconic scenes in cinema history on those same steps using the Steadicam. You can actually still, the Steadicam of the time was this incredibly loud piece of equipment, and you can actually hear it in the background of a few scenes because there's a lot of just like quiet walking shots that are shot on it, and you can kind of hear this whirring, interestingly. But Yeah, these steps, the Rocky steps as they're known, this iconic thing. And another interesting thing about it, while we're just talking about interesting things, is this. So you have Rocky struggling to run up to the top, and then triumphantly running up to the top sometime later in the film. Those two shots were shot an hour apart. That it was.
That's how you do that shit in filmmaking,
Yeah, exactly. It was 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. They shot those two shots.
Yeah.
So it looks like completely different times of day because it's when the sun came up. And then also, again, there's a shot zooming out. There's a shot that zooms of Rocky doing a little dance. It's actually played back in reverse because it was shot as a zoom in and they wanted it to be a zoom out. Or vice versa. And if you watch it knowing that, you're like, yeah, his arm moves is kind of weird because it's in reverse. But yeah, so they made this real life statue, and they made 3 statues for the movie, put it at the top of the steps, and Stallone graciously donated it to the Philadelphia Museum of Art. And they said, we don't want it. It's a movie prop. It's not art. And it became this big, back and forth. Eventually it was placed somewhere called I should have written this down.
That's bullshit that the museum didn't want it.
Yeah.
What the fuck? It's fucking Rocky. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I would assume the city of Philadelphia is like arrogantly proud of Rocky in real life, Like, that's so strange. Look at like New Zealand art, like movie props. Yeah, like all our movie related props are very much embraced by our art museums. Things. Yeah,
like it's at a place called the Spectrum. It was put back because it's there in Rocky V, and then it was moved back, and it's a plot point in the 6th film about moving the statue. But yeah, so they made three statues. The third one was listed on eBay in early 2005 with a starting bid of $5 million being auctioned to raise funds for the International Institute for Sport and Olympic History. It failed to sell and was again listed for $3 million. After receiving only one bid, which turned out to be fraudulent, it has been relisted several times for $1 million.
To this day, still unsold?
I don't know. It says relevant ? On Wikipedia.
I love relevant annotations. It's so snarky. What's relevant about this?
But yeah, there was this whole discussion about what actually is art. But yeah, it's snarky of Philadelphia. And this was actually, I put a call out to be like, hey, I'm gonna forget stuff to say about Rocky. I forgot the fucking most iconic piece of imagery from Rocky when I was talking about the first one, and said, does anyone have any things that they want me to make sure I mention? And Philadelphia native Dan mentioned that wanted to talk about how do we think Philadelphia comes across, because it's almost like a character in the film series. What's your kind of reading of the city of Philadelphia?
It's very New Yorky. They'd probably hate me saying
that.
It's, I don't know, just frosty, foggy mornings. It's on the East Coast, right? So it'd be colder. Yeah. It looks cold. And it looks cold. That's my reading.
Yeah, and you have a lot of people that kind of seem like dicks. But obviously also a lot of that comes from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah. There's almost would you agree there, like Christchurch, the city that I live in and that you come from, doesn't not resemble Philadelphia. If you're wondering what Christchurch looks like, there's a passing, more so than something like California or anything else,
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's very flat, I think, is part of it.
There's flat. I bet there's a big river going through Philadelphia. I bet there's a Philadelphia river. And it's maybe foggy. It's foggy on mornings, and there's a big ass park. I'm describing 1 million cities in the world right now, but acting like it's just Philly and Christchurch.
Yeah. Yeah. What else do you think of Rocky 3? Anything else you want to talk about?
Not really. As I said, it's sort of just it's not bad, but it feels like we're nosediving into mediocrity from the first film. Yeah, I wasn't especially wowed by it. There's a really good scene where Rocky's thinking of giving up and Adrian gives him a pep talk, and it's probably Talia Shire's best acting in the franchise, I thought. Also, while I'm here, she's the best acting, I think, in those first 5 movies, in my opinion.
Mm.
And it's the only time in the series where she's actually like, I want you to do this. Because her role in most of these movies is to say, I don't think you should do this, and you will be betraying not only our marriage, but now our newborn son, if you do this. And he's like, yo, Adrian, I gotta do it. And it's like, by movie 5, it's like, Jesus Christ, Rocky, stop doing this. It's not important. But that's just what I think.
Actually, in this film, he doesn't say yo, Adrian, because this is the only movie in the Rocky series in which Rocky never says yo.
And it shows.
Not counting the recap of Rocky 2 at the beginning. Because each film just starts with the last 5 minutes of the previous film.
Yeah. I would count that then. I would say that counts as the word yo is heard in the film.
I don't know. The trivia isn't. He's never heard. It's the only movie where he does. I would say not because you're just No, I think it counts because there's no. It's not in the script for this film. Also,
that's a better way to put it.
This and Rocky Balboa are the only Rocky movies that never once does Rocky ever say his opponent's name.
Nice. Do you want to know what I would have retitled this one?
Yes.
So we've got Rocky's Rematch. I would have called this one Rocky's Redemption because this is that's what this one is.
Yeah,
this one is quite literally like it, and it's a smart choice. That's something nice I can say about this movie is that I'm glad this isn't just the same format as the first 2 movies. I'm glad this is like, oh, this is a suspiciously early time for the fight between the big bad guy to happen, and so it actually changes up the structure a bit, and I appreciated that. So this is Rocky's Redemption.
Nice. All right, yeah. So, and we've got some dumb IMDb trivia as well for this one.
Ooh, yummy.
Yum. So this one doesn't start with a capital letter, which makes it very jarring. But we joke it sometimes about how often it seems like dumb IMDb trivia is written by the person that it's about. And this one, I think, very much sounds like it. During the statue ceremony, one of the high school band drummers got Mr. T's autograph. Absolutely someone that was there as an extra.
Do you know what? Not a doubt in my fucking mind that wasn't written by the person who got the autograph. Like, what? Who else would write that? I'm sure it happened, but it's not a piece of trivia. Yeah. No doubt in my mind that was written by the kid that got the autograph.
Yeah. Lang is first seen in the opening montage watching some of Rocky's title defenses and then leaving disgusted as the first hint that the matches were against unworthy opponents, ... the return of ... And Lang knew it. Distressed by the prospect of Rocky getting hurt during his brawl with Thunderlips, Mickey clutches his chest and seems to have extreme trouble breathing ... That's not trivia, that's just a recount of what happened in the film.
That's understanding the language of storytelling.
But also, you mentioned there that you thought Talia Shah was the best performer in the franchise. What do you think of Burgess Meredith as Mickey? Because that was another, we got a special shout out that someone was like, oh, I can't wait for you guys to discuss Burgess Meredith.
I probably have more to say about Burgess Meredith in Rocky 5 for his cameo in that. But I think that I do enjoy the gruffness. Even with Paulie, I enjoy the gruffness of these characters. They're very fun to...
It's very Philly as well, right?
Yeah, every character in these movies is fun to impersonate, whether we're allowed to or not.
Give us your Mickey.
What's a line?
You're going to eat lightning, you're going to crap thunder.
You're going to eat lightning, you're going to crap thunder. It's very, you don't want to do an impression of him for long.
Yeah.
Whereas Paulie
I could just still
like,
all day long.
Yeah, Paulie sounds like someone who's been doing an impression of Mick for too long. Because his voice is more like this. That sounded a little bit too like drag queeny than I was anticipating.
I like the idea that you're like misjudging your voice.
Yeah, I am. I didn't know what that was going to sound like. Like what? No, Mick sounds like he's smoked a billion cigarettes,
Yeah.
whereas Paulie sounds like he's had his larynx removed.
Because I was looking at the career of Burgess Meredith after someone on our Discord mentioned it. I'm gonna keep not using their name for anonymity, but yeah, it's interesting that because I only know him as this, but yeah, he played the Penguin on the Batman TV series that had Cesar Romero as the Joker, and yeah, it was a bunch of stuff. He's also, I just found out he was the famous episode of The Twilight Zone where the guy breaks his glasses and goes, "No, that's not fair. That's not fair. There was time now." That's Burgess Meredith, and he sounds like that as well. Weirdly, sounding a lot more Jimmy Stewartish than his later career.
You're gonna eat lightning. You're gonna crap thunder.
It's not fair there was time now is a line I say quite a lot around people who do not know what I'm referring to. It's very unsatisfying.
Yeah, so that is Rocky 3, also known as Rocky's Redemption.
Yeah, put this on the trivia page. We can absolutely get this on IMDb trivia, like each of the films renaming. Yeah. Like in the Cult Popture podcast, AJ renamed. Like if I saw that on IMDb trivia when I was 14, I would not be like, that's weird that someone put that there. But and I say 14 because that was the height of me reading IMDb trivia, I think.
Yeah. So we're on to what I'm sure will be the very contentious Rocky 4 or Rocky IV.
Or as I've renamed it, Richard, Rocky in Russia.
Really?
Yes. It's got the, how like the original fourth Indiana Jones idea was going to be called like Indiana Jones and the Flying Saucer Men from Mars, like this arrogantly like off-brand title. I think by number 4 especially like the tale
the
as
film
old
that
as
Rocky
time.
4 ended up being.
Yeah. And like the legacy being like, yeah, there's this Oscar-winning and like amazing slow burn of an original film, and then by the 4th one, it's really Die Another Day and like gone into full on. It's Rocky in Russia. Other titles I thought of was Russian Rocky, or if you do want maybe a more traditional and in line with what I've been suggesting, Rocky's Revenge would not be an inappropriate title for it, but I like Rocky in Russia.
What about
more.
Rocky's Russia?
Yeah, okay, that's all right.
Yeah. So again, directed by Sylvester Stallone. What do you think it has on Rotten Tomatoes?
I looked this one up because you guys were saying it was real good. And I was like, I don't think this is very good. And it's got 40%, I think.
Yeah, 40%. I'm just going to look at the what the audience score is, though. But what do you think Stallone gave it?
Shit, it could go either way. I reckon he probably put it like an 8. I reckon he went higher than 3 and 2.
3 he gave a 9, remember. But he gave the 7.5 the same he gave to 2.
Right.
And that's actually the same score it has for audience score, 75%. What is...
I put it 7th and gave it 2.5 stars.
It comes 7th on the ranking with Rotten Tomatoes. But what is Rocky 4 about?
So there's this big Russian boxer named Ivan Drago, and he's played by
Dolph Lundgren.
A very, very young Dolph.
Yeah, he's like
Lundgren.
26, I think.
Oh, and doesn't he look 26? My God, a man who I've only ever seen.
God, I wish I looked like that at 26.
But like in my entire life, I've only ever seen Dolph Lundgren looking like this ancient, crusty old man. And it's like at one point he was this very handsome, but kind of in like a serial killer way, like young man who started in this and then presumably just immediately looks 65 in the next thing he was in.
Well, do you know, actually, interestingly, this isn't even the youngest we've seen Dolph Lundgren on this podcast.
What are you talking about?
His debut role in film was as a henchman in A View to a Kill.
There you go.
Yeah.
What do you know?
There you go. Which came out like a couple months before Rocky 4.
So, Rocky and Apollo, who now live these lavish lives of luxury, are challenged to defend the title or whatever by Drago. And Apollo's like, yeah, I'll do it. And so they do a boxing match.
So what it is, he challenges Balboa, and Apollo says like, oh, I'll do a little exhibition bout with you. To ease me west, just like I'm Captain America essentially, and I'll fight Captain Russia just as like a friendly kind of exhibition, really.
Yeah, but he gets offended during the press conference for it.
Yeah.
Because Ivan Drago has the gall to suggest he'll win, which I thought was like, why would you be legitimately mad at that? Like, that's just sort of like, of course he thinks he's going to win. That's probably why he's doing it. And so they go to fight, and in a plot point that I did not know happened in this movie, Apollo Creed is knocked out and killed by Ivan Drago in the match. The world is torn asunder. Drago doesn't really give a shit. He thinks it's like whatever.
Well, he says this famous line, if he dies, he dies.
Yeah, very famous line, which is weird that I knew that line, but didn't know Creed died in it. And so Rocky, as a way to avenge his friend's death, is like, I'm going to go to Russia and I'm going to defeat Ivan Drago. And that's what happens. The rest of the movie
on Christmas Day.
100 montage sequences in a row. He goes to Russia. Adrian begs him not to do this. Adrian begs him to stop. And he says, no, I have to do this. And she just lives with it, And then he beats him and it ends the Cold War.
Yeah, like he does. It's fucking...
I'm not kidding. It ends with him essentially saying, "Can't we all just get along?"
Yeah,
it's like that episode of South Park where Jimmy unites the Crips and Bloods by standing in a hall filled with both of them and just says, "Come on," and everyone's like, "Yeah." It's like that.
So you joked there that it has 100 montages. Obviously, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but it has been calculated that Rocky 4 is 31.9% montage. Nearly a third of the film. During the second half of the film, the last 50 minutes, because it's actually the shortest Rocky movie, it's approximately 50% montage. The original cut of the film was an hour longer. And presumably a lot of that montage is to, condense some of that time.
Ah, interesting. That changes everything. So it's like it's a victim of, I mean, you like it, I don't, but it's a victim of recut then. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there's a very, 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 very strong argument that this is my favorite one. I love this movie so fucking much. I gave it 5 stars on Letterboxd, and in my review, my one-line review, I lamented that I had but 5 stars to give. I think this is an incredible film. This is like, this is the film, probably when I watched all those sequels, this is the film that really took me over the edge and like sold me on this franchise as a whole. I just think it's so much fun, and it's like filled to the brim with 80s camp. We didn't even mention the sex robot. There's
we
a
will.
But like it's just the most 80s film, and it's like if you've seen Rocky, the first one, it's like obviously I would recommend the first one if someone had never seen them, but it's like I would genuinely recommend the fourth one to people. I think it's such a fun movie, and it's such a fun like group watch. It's so fun to watch with other people, and I cannot fault it. I think it's incredible.
Is this one of those Spider-Man 3 situations where even though you like the other ones in the series for being good movies, you like this one just as much for being a silly movie?
I don't think this is a bad movie. I think it's a silly movie. I think Spider-Man 3 is a bad movie, but I enjoy it. I think this is a good movie.
Why do you think it's a good movie?
And it's this thing, I've mentioned this a lot, that like it sounds pretentious, I know, but that like genres of movies and genres of music aren't bad, but the best version, because the best version of anything is good. So like if you don't like rap, the best rap song is probably going to break through, and that's why you like. And this is the thing of like why like something like Metallica. I know they're not rap, obviously. Metallica being metal, like not the most mainstream of genres, but they're the best at it. And so they break through because music is good regardless. Film is good regardless. And even like I famously don't like fantasy movies. The Lord of the Rings movies are good. I can appreciate them because they're so good they break beyond just being fantasy movies. And this is the best camp 80s movie.
Right.
Like
okay.
it's a silly genre. It's like montages with these like perfectly parodiable like power pop or whatever the genre is, these like almost like hair metally kind of what is the actual genre? I'm gonna just quickly
to describe this movie, if people who are listening to this and haven't seen it, another way I could describe this movie is that I will admit, and you're probably going to chew me out for this, I was somewhat distracted while watching this. No more distracted than I am watching most movies for the podcast, but we watched it as a group watch with our Discord, and so it was at kind of a weird time of the day for me when I was a little bit distracted doing something else. I still watched it, but it's just I didn't pay as much attention to it as I paid to the other 7 movies. Despite that, I know everything that happens in this movie.
And that's why you go on about how much you love the good, the bad, and the ugly because you can, doze off and come back to it.
So different. So different. That's still like continue.
Yeah, the montages of like over this like Hearts on Fire is described as a hard rock song, or Burning Heart is like sure, okay, Wikipedia, but that kind of like talking to like this kind of voice and it never ending, like it's like
going back to South Park again, the montage song.
Sure, but it's like every montage parody you've ever seen is a parody of this movie, and it's because it's so iconic and it breaks through so much, and it's like seeing something done the best is always going to be good, and even if you think that thing is stupid, AJ. Like I think there's still this appeal. You
just need to listen, AJ. No, but I think it's like if the first one was this, then I'm operating on that level. I think part of my distaste for it is that the first one is this grounded movie about this dirt poor dumbass who lives in an apartment and gets a shot at fame and fortune. And this is about a a lot of work done version of Sylvester Stallone who lives in a mansion with a sex robot, and his life is he's this is not part of the text, so if it was, I'd be giving credit to the movie, but it's not. The movie and Rocky, unintentionally Rocky as a character, has lost sight of who he is in this. And if the movies, the people making these movies clearly realize this, because after this one, like by Creed 2, Rocky's back in this little tiny apartment again. So clearly somewhere along the way, the storytellers were like, Rocky living in a mansion is not very relatable.
Well, it's the whole plot of the next film, isn't it?
Which is stupid as well, and I think maybe we'll find common ground on that one.
Well, okay, but the thing is, so yeah, you talk like if this
you talked about the sex robot, and I'd like to dwell on that.
if you said like, oh, the first one's this grounded, gritty thing, and it's like, yeah, it is, and then because like that's not the last we've seen of grounded, gritty, lot of depth to the character. why can't we stop by here? You know, on our way to it. Like
We can!
that's honestly like my opinion. And yeah, like if every film in the franchise was trying to replicate the first Rocky, I think you would get tired of it. It wouldn't last this long. And yeah, like let's fucking follow Stallone's meteoric rise to fame with Rockies, because it's fucking. I was gonna say it's realistic, but like the arc of fame is realistic. I don't think going to Russia into the Cold War is necessarily realistic. But but it's like, yeah, why can't we just like, yeah, Stallone, he's a fucking action hero at this time. Why can't we all just get along, AJ? Like, and also it is worth mentioning, and this is a character flaw in you that I don't know if you want to talk about too much or not, but
I love this. I didn't like a movie you like, and you're like, AJ, here's what's wrong with you as a person.
Is there, and like you admitted to this after, because you say we watched this in a group watch in the Discord. You were not particularly active in it, and you and I are the only people watching it.
Because at one point I had to go to the toilet, so I had to get out of sync with the group watch, and I didn't want it spoiled for me, so I stopped.
But we were watching it with a lot of people who had just recently watched it, so people were chiming in about different scenes and whatnot. But it was more just like AJ and Richard provide a commentary on the film. But because there's a lot of our fans are fans of this movie, and honestly, it's not hard to see why, because it's incredible. But the
Are you gonna say it's a real bad look for me to trash on the movie that the fans like? What you're
well, no,
saying?
it's like this movie is like, and we talk about this is the ongoing debate of not just our podcast but cinema as a whole, is that like this movie is just dumb fun, and it's so much fun, and I don't think you're as willing to give yourself over to dumb fun as I am.
Look,
and I think that's a character flaw of yours.
I don't think it's a character flaw at all. I think that
I think it's a character flaw in you, Richard.
I think everything you've said in praise of this movie can still be true, and it can still be 2.5 stars. Like it's
and so I know you have the system of ranking on Letterboxd where you will give a star rating, but then also like the film. And I saw you gave this 2.5 stars. I was like, yeah, but he will have liked it, and you hadn't, and that broke my heart. Like,
yeah, and I fucking stand by it.
No, but the thing is, and we talked about this. It's
actually unfair that you didn't put a heart next to it on Letterboxd. I don't know why you'd attack me directly.
AJ. Like, we talked about this on the Mummy episode when you went on about how you grew up with a mummy, and I didn't. Like, I actually pity you. I pity the fool. I feel sorry for you that you like are such a joyless person that you weren't able to enjoy Rocky IV. Like this. Yeah,
I think it's a fall from grace. I think
this is grace. I think we've achieved grace.
Like, I don't know. I
genuinely, without a drop of irony in my voice, this is an incredible film, and I love it to bits. And this is gonna be I'm gonna watch this once a year now. Like this one I've seen. This and Creed I've seen more than the others because I've rewatched them a couple of times. The rest I'd only seen once. But yeah, fuck, I'm going to rewatch Rocky IV. Like, it's such an easy watch. It's only 90 minutes. It's the shortest one in the franchise. Most of that is montage, which, like, in the tightest Rocky film, you have an entire performance of Living in America by James Brown. You have 50% of the second half is montage. And, like, Burning Heart and Hearts on Fire, and, like, No Way Home all play in their entirety. But it's like God, it's what an experience this film is, and I genuinely feel sorry for you that you didn't enjoy it, and that you are not as full of joy as I am.
Even if I was, and even if I did enjoy this, I think it's still my. I don't really have an issue with you liking it, but if I did, I would say it's more so that you think it's better than the first one. I think that's what piques my interest the most, is that you can be so diehard for this franchise.
Well, okay,
and
this is a
stupid
similar
one is your favorite.
Yeah, no, this isn't a controversial opinion though. like there's this one of the cameramen at work, and the cameramen at work, have a reputation for being a bit curmudgeon-y and kind of all this stuff, and don't tend to like to agree with you and whatnot. And I was back at work after a few days off, and Kate, who I mentioned on the Fear Street episode, hi Kate, if you're listening, I would asked what we were watching at the moment. I said Rocky, and she was like, "Oh, those films are so bad," and I was like, "You haven't even seen them, like shut up." And she hasn't seen them, but would keep on asserting that they're bad. And one of the camera guys was like, "You talk about Rocky," and he's like, "Nah, they're not bad." He agreed with me. And they were talking about what's your favorite. He's like, "Oh, the fourth one," and it's like, yeah. And I think that there is this kind of it's not controversial to say like you love the fourth Rocky or the fourth one is your favorite, and I think it's a kind of similar thing. I know I'm in the minority with it, but with Star Wars, that like The Force Awakens is my favorite one because it's like if you ask me to put on a Star Wars movie right now, the one there's the highest chance at any given time I will feel like watching is The Force Awakens because I think it's the most fun one in a franchise that should be fun. And I think that even though Rocky started with this incredible slow character piece that won Best Picture, I think on the whole it's this really like exciting franchise because of films like this, because of the swings it makes. And so again, like I could make an argument on any given day that 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, or 8 are my favorite. I think three I really like, but I just don't think I can make the argument that I like it over a couple of the other ones. And 5 is famously the worst one kind of thing. But yeah, like 1, 2, 4. Rocky Balboa, Creed, and Creed 2. Ask me on any given day, I can make an argument as to why that's my favorite.
I guess like you're saying that I have no joy and that I'm not as joyful or happy as you. Like, what does it mean then that I consistently prefer like the smart films over the dumb fun films? Does that mean that I'm smarter than you? Is that how I can pity you? Can I be like, can I literally, you pity the fool, I pity the foolishness?
Yeah, well, I think it's well documented.
First of all, you're not smarter than me.
I think it's well documented I am smarter than you, AJ.
Oh, is it well documented?
It's also probably more well documented that you're more joyful than me.
That's probably true.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe we crave what we don't have in films. I crave joy, you crave intelligence.
Do you know what? It's not a bad theory. I'm not even kidding. Like, maybe that is it.
Damn, yeah.
Like in terms of our sense of humor, your sense of humor is certainly more clowny than mine is, right? Like you're more willing to go to like puns and silly jokes, whereas I'm like, no, I need to bury that part of me that finds that funny.
Yeah, I think like I like a movie like Rocky 4 because it's a rare time in my life that I'm able to feel joy. And I think maybe you like the first Rocky because it makes you feel smart.
Yeah. I genuinely, I think you might be onto something there.
Who would have fucking thought our discussion for Rocky 4 would, make us look so deep internally?
Of all the Rocky, it's not the one about him dealing with like the death of everyone he's ever known. It's
the one where he ends the Cold War. This was an incredibly popular. This was the highest grossing sports movie of all time for 24 years. Can you guess what overtook it?
For 24 years?
Yeah.
So 2009.
9.
Moneyball.
No, I think it was 2010.
You're right.
It was The Blind Side.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the fucker.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
The Blind Side continuing to pummel its way into the halls of fame of moviedom, even though no one's ever seen it and no one cares about it.
Yeah. I'm so fired up, man. But yeah, it's the most financially successful installment of the franchise as well. Yeah. Do you want
The sex robot.
The sex robot, yeah. Do you want to explain that?
I missed it was a sex robot. I thought you were just being silly.
No,
And then you kept saying, I know there's a robot in this movie, and to me, there's a robot in this movie. Of course it's not the best one. Like that's part of it for me, is like, I remember reading about this years ago that like, whoa, the fourth Rocky movie has a robot in it, and it's like just one of those things where it's like you look back at your life.
Yeah.
you look back at the legacy of the films, and it's just like, God, how'd we get from like these like grimy shots of the Philadelphia nightlife to I am your robotic servant. Like,
yeah, but there's a
so
bit where
weird.
Paulie makes some joke about like, because the robot initially like doesn't like him, and then they see him a few scenes later, and they're kind of like flirting with each other. Paulie and the robot.
He gives it a girl voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's Paulie's robot, a character that through the years has enjoyed a cult following of its own, was created by International Robotics Inc. in New York City. The robot's initial voice was that of the company's CEO, Robert Dornick. The robot was identified by its engineers as Sico, S-I-C-O, and is/was a member of the Screen Actors Guild, and it toured with James Brown, who appears in the film in the 1980s. The robot was written into the movie after it had been used to help treat Stallone's autistic son, Sergio. So that's the kind of like the piece of behind the scenes trivia that's nice about this film, is like the dumbest part of the dumbest Rocky film actually has a really sweet backstory.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
But also, so this film, there's kind of like the classic, and it's the subtext of the film kind of thing is how they train differently. So Rocky goes to Russia to train for months, and does it like they rent out this log cabin, and he does all this like bodyweight stuff, and just like dragging logs and going for runs up the hills. Well, meanwhile, Ivan Drago's doing all these like technical things. They're measuring every single punch and everything like that. And apparently, like these are actually like genuine. The film's recognized as being ahead of its time in terms of high-tech sporting equipment, some of which was very experimental and wouldn't be available for use for the public for another 20 years. Yeah.
What a crazy like rollout for boxing equipment. That's such a long time.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
And in 2012, Olympians Michael Phelps and Ryan Lochte noted that the training sequences of Rocky IV inspired them to use a cabin similar to the one Balboa used in the film for their training, which is quite cool. But and also this one uses it's rare in a sport film, but the sound effects are actual punches rather than like other special effects. So like it adds to like this really kind of like realism to it, the verisimilitude. There you go.
Thank you so much.
But
the V in Rocky IV stands for verisimilitude.
Rocky's verisimilitude. But yeah, there was Dolph Lundgren caused a bit of trouble on set during the filming. During filming the fight with Apollo Creed, there was a few like actual punches
trouble.
that he like because of just the fucking power of Dolph Lundgren. He tossed Weathers into the in the corner of the boxing ring. Weathers shouted profanities at him and said he was going to call his agent and quit the movie. And Stallone had to force the two actors to reconcile. But it stopped work for 4 days while he was talked back into the part. And Dolph Lundgren agreed to tone it down a bit. And there's also, it's kind of like a tradition in Rocky movies that you like take a real punch. And so there was a bit, because for filming like slow-mos and close-ups, you kind of can't fake it. You have to do these real punches. And so Stallone said, all right, should we have a few rounds where we're like, going actual kind of thing? And Lundgren agreed. And there was one particularly forceful punch to Stallone's chest, which... he went to bed that night and then was like had really labored breathing, high blood pressure, and had to be flown to hospital and was in intensive care for 8 days. What had happened was he punched him so hard that his chest slammed his heart against his breastbone, causing his heart to swell up. And yeah, because I mean, Dolph Lundgren's huge in this movie, and like I can't imagine fucking being on the other end of a hit like that. But fun fact that you think, oh, Rocky, like greatest boxer ever, greatest fictional boxer ever, kind of thing. Ivan Drago is the only opponent he beats on his first try.
Right.
Because he fights
True.
Apollo Creed.
Yeah.
He fights Apollo Creed twice, Clubber Lang twice. He doesn't officially fight in Rocky 5. He loses in Rocky Balboa, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so interesting, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, do you have more you want to say about Rocky 4?
I did, but I forgot what it was now. It was something about Dolph.
I like. Yeah, we'll talk more about spoilers for Creed 2, but we'll talk a lot more about it when we get to Creed 2, because I have a lot to say about Creed 2.
Yeah.
But yeah, like don't worry, the story of Rocky 4 is not finished. I will say that.
Thank God. There's another couple of montages to go before it's finished.
Yeah, like genuinely, I'm really sad that you didn't enjoy this movie. And it's
Oh well.
Yeah, I feel sorry for you, man.
If he dies, he dies. Being your feelings, I don't know.
Yeah.
What's the podcast equivalent of a montage? Just a best of.
Yeah, best of episode. I was going to say this for Continue the Franchise, but I may as well talk about it here. There's this thing. There's a book called Drago on Mountains We Stand, which is like a fan fiction, which is what happened to Ivan Drago after the events of Rocky. I don't actually know what happens in it. I have ordered the book. It's on its way to me.
Nice.
But it's written by this guy called Todd Noy, who is apparently like the internet's favorite author. I'm not 100% sure of the backstory behind that, but there's a podcast called Finding Drago, which apparently is very good, and it's about the guy who wrote this book is this. No one really knows anything about him other than what the information that's in the blurb on that book. So two podcasters make it their mission to find the guy who wrote this book.
Yeah, they were on the hosts of Finding Drago, I think, were on Do Go On, which is one of my favorite podcasts. Because Alexei Toliopoulos and Cameron James. So I haven't listened to Finding Drago, but I've listened to them talk about the Guinness World Record, the history of the Guinness World Records on my favorite podcast, Do Go On. So I was somewhat familiar with the title Finding Drago, but I didn't actually know what it was about. So that's sort of like a searching for Sugar Man kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I do have one piece of dumb IMDb trivia, which this one. Watching the film in 2020 with very little of the more cerebral character development material seen in the earlier films, it feels like a fan cut, focusing purely on the actual boxing segments as if it's a crash edit video of what you'd see on TV coverage, fight promotion, pre-match conferences, winding up the opposition, matches, and training. That's a review of the film, yeah.
That's just someone's opinion on it's not trivia.
Yeah, it's also not true.
I've never heard a piece of IMDb trivia that is just less objectively not a piece of trivia.
It's so subjective.
At all the other stuff we've ever mentioned in dumb IMDb trivia is at least I guess that's trivia. This is just literally some guy's thoughts. That's so stupid.
Yeah. All right, so next up, Rocky 5, what for a long time was the last and believed it would be the last ever Rocky movie. Rocky 5, what do we think it has on Rotten Tomatoes? Came out in 1990, by the way.
This will have 20% on Rotten Tomatoes.
29%.
Oh, that's very generous. 20% was generous.
Like I said, directed by John G. Alvinson, who directed the first film. And what do you think Stallone gave it out of 10?
1.
0.
And
he's admitted since that he did the film out of greed. And that,
greed for Creed.
The interview with Jonathan Ross was done in 2008, so long before Creed and Creed 2. But he doesn't give Rocky Balboa a score out of 10, but he essentially says, yeah, we fucked up the fifth one, and that's why I wanted to do Rocky Balboa.
Right. This wasn't directed by Stallone. for the first time in 3 movies, but it feels like it was directed by Rocky Balboa. And what I mean by that is that it's like a very earnest attempt at telling a story, but it's very dumb and very indulgent in ways in which I think Rocky Balboa as a character is. I think this is a very funny film. I think this is a very funny performance of Sylvester Stallone, and if we were allowed to do his accent, his voice in this episode, I would be the entire conversation of Rocky 5 could just be on how this is Sylvester Stallone sounding his most Sylvester Stallone for the whole movie. There's one part where there's a recurring gag of him finding money in his son's ear, like behind his son's ear, being like, "Hey, what's this? I nearly did it." And the first time he does it, it just reeks of like very loosely scripted dialogue. And he pulls this coin out of his son's ear and goes, "Hey, look at this, money ears." And it's like, is money ears in the script? Because that just sounds like you're not clever enough to think of like a funny.
Yeah, but I also that's the charm of Rocky though. That Rocky is quite funny, weirdly. I think, or he's a bit of a jokester, which is like a fun quirk to bring to your character. Like the first movie has him rehearsing jokes to tell Adrian, which is really cute.
I'm glad you said this because it reminds me that he actually fucks up a joke in this movie that I don't know if it's intentional or if they just like half remembered the joke, which is right. It's right near the end. He goes, "Knock knock, who's there? Tuna fish." And tuna fish who? And he says, you can tuna fish, but you can't tuna. You can tuna piano, but you can't tuna fish. Yeah. But that's not the joke. Is what's the difference between a piano and a fish?
Yeah.
It's not, I don't know if it's like they half remembered a joke and put that into the script, and that's why it feels like it's directed by Rocky Balboa.
Yeah, did you actually say what the movie's about?
No, it's about so he's retiring and he's training some young buck.
Why is he retiring?
Why is he retiring?
Brain damage.
He's got brain damage. Sorry, back up. What this movie's really about is they lose all their money because Paulie got Rocky to sign a piece of paper that was supposed to be about them pushing back their tax returns for the year when he went to Russia, but it was actually surrendering all their money to their
power of attorney to his accountant.
To his accountant, who tried to flip houses with the money and lost all the money. The accountant's never seen in the film. You know, he's not used as like a villain or anything, but it's a very comical way that someone could lose all their money. And it's not treated as such. It's not treated as like this hilarious thing that happened.
Well, yeah, and it's also like, of course, Paulie fucking lost them all their money.
Yeah. Paulie,
and he just gets angry at them for getting mad at him.
Paulie, who we've seldom mentioned, and yet his presence is thickly felt across all of these films. And so, trying to figure out how to make money again, instead of fighting someone himself, Rocky starts training some guy.
Tommy
Gunn, and his son gets jealous, and then Tommy Gunn betrays him by signing with like the bad guy.
The Don King.
Yeah. And it ends with Rocky sort of discovering what is important about his relationship with his son, and then he fights Tommy Gunn just in the street. And I'm so surprised this is the same director as Rocky 1 because it feels like such a deep misreading of Rocky to have him just like, because him fighting him in the street is treated as a victory and he defeats him, and you're supposed to be like, fuck yeah, you did it, Rocky. And it's like, no, what? This is a sad scene. Not only is it like outside of a ring, which is, feels icky, but it's also like, this is a kid who you like kind of loved, and one of the final beats of the film is he goes up to the manager that stole Tommy gun away from him, and like 3 times in a row, the manager says something like, "If you touch me, I'll sue you."
Yeah.
He says it right. He says it like 3 times in the space of like 2 minutes, and Rocky punches him anyway and says, "Sue me for what?" And that's treated as fuck yeah, because he has no money. But it's like, well, first of all, you have no money, so you haven't exactly won this. But
it's no Stifler in American Wedding or American Reunion.
yeah.
The same
but
beat,
also, like, you can still sue someone if they don't have money, and they probably just have to, like, his life's probably going to be worse because he punched him,
Yeah.
And also, like, what are we saying here about, like, the gentle giant nature of Rocky and sort of the overarching theme of these films of men trying to control their anger is like completely surrendered to the like primal desires here. It's just bad, man. It's so weird.
Yeah, the street brawl thing always didn't sit right with me, but yeah, the director and Stallone kind of talked about they wanted to bring Rocky back to like his street roots, kind of thing. And
this is the wrong way to do it.
Yeah, this is the wrong way to do it. And you think this ending's sad. It actually originally Rocky was going to die in the street brawl and die in Adrian's arms. And that was like when they started shooting, that was the script. But then the studio said no, iconic characters like Rocky Balboa aren't allowed to die. Which is the wrong reason to change the ending, but it's right to change the ending.
Yeah, I'm not having this stupid ass piece of shit movie end with like killing off this complex, interesting character. The nice thing I can say about this is that once again, Talia Shire is just like, for some reason, still giving it all, despite being in Rocky 5.
And because of this movie, this becomes our second film franchise to start with a film which won Best Picture in the 70s and had a famously bad sequel in 1990. And also the franchise stars Talia Shire after The Godfather.
There you go. We love our little idiosyncrasies.
Yeah. So,
and before people defend Godfather 3 as not being famously bad, which I did when you told me that.
And I thought you were insane.
It's not famously bad.
I think
famously inferior.
No, I think it's famously bad. Because your argument was you don't think it's bad. I don't necessarily think it's bad. I think it's famously bad, but I don't think it's necessarily that bad. But I think it's like its reputation is that it's bad, and it's like the most famous thing about it is that it's bad. But yeah, anyway, so this film has Sage Stallone, Stallone's real life son, play his son, and then real life boxer Tommy Morrison plays Tommy Gunn as his Stallone, Rocky's surrogate son in the film, and both Tommy Morrison and Sage Stallone have since passed away, sadly.
Fuck.
Within a couple of years of each other, actually. Sage Stallone passed away in when was it? 2012, and Tommy Morrison passed away in 2013.
I do vaguely remember Sylvester Stallone's son dying as a headline.
It was like heart complications. I think some kind of heart attack with aortic issues. But yeah, very sad, and we'll get to it more when we cover Creed. And what I'm sure will be over an hour away. So what do you think of the film?
I want to talk more about Robert Balboa.
Yep.
Rocky's son, who's like essentially like the second main character in this film in a lot of ways. He's not bad, It's not like it's this. It's like it's a bad movie, but it's not like it's a super bad performance or anything. At one point, he has a super dangly earring, which is very distracting.
Yeah, it's funny. It's like his way of rebelling against his dad.
Yeah. But my favorite thing in it is that how they have to enroll him in public school because they've run out of money and they have to reduce themselves to living the life of the middle class for a bit. And Robert goes to school where a guy bullies him because he's Rocky Balboa's son, and it's like, why the fuck would you do that? It's such a weird thing in the movie. If you were a school bully, why the fuck would you choose to bully the son of the heavyweight champion of the world, like undefeated? That's so.
It's like you can't even be like, my dad could beat up your dad.
Yeah,
because he can't.
Like, you might rationalize, oh well, it's not like Rocky Balboa's gonna beat up a kid, but like kids are always saying shit like, oh, I'll get my dad on you, that sort of thing. And I think they believe it to some degree. And furthermore, does it not occur to you that maybe like the son of the heavyweight champion of the world, like maybe knows a thing or two about how to defend himself?
Yeah.
It is weird. It's a weird decision in this movie. And I didn't like it, and I thought it was a bad movie.
Yeah, I think it is bad, but I've seen a few apologists for it, and I think that there's arguments there that it is Godfather 3 in places, that it's not necessarily that bad, not as bad as its reputation precedes it, but it is very clearly the worst one, I feel like.
This movie feels drunk. It feels like a drunk version of the first movie.
Yeah. Well, like it is getting John G. Alvinson back and trying to do the like, let's bring Rocky. Like it actually feels like they, had joyless kind of people like you watching the last one and thought, all right, we need to bring Rocky back to the streets and we need to make it more grounded. But yeah, it wasn't the way to do it. And like. You and I both don't really like sport. And sport movies kind of an extension of that, despite this being one of my favorite film franchises. But like every film except this one ends with a boxing match in a professional setting. And this one ending in a street brawl is like, wow, it betrays the pattern of the franchise. Like you'd think that 8 films, 7 of which end in the same way, you would be like, oh, finally something different. But I'm like, no, don't break the pattern.
You've reminded me of the thing I forgot I wanted to say about Rocky 4.
Yeah,
by saying that, which is it's the only one of the first 5 that doesn't start with Rocky in big letters panning across the screen. That's why I don't like it.
The other funny thing about this film is so this takes place so in Rocky 3 Rocky Krakoff in Rocky 4 plays Rocky Jr. And then Sage Stallone in Rocky 4, who's like 4 or 5 years older, but maybe 3 months has passed in the story.
Right,
so it's like when Rocky's like, I'll see you soon, kid, goes to Russia, comes back, and his kid's like a teenager.
That's funny. That's funny that they didn't keep the same actor. I guess when it's your son, you want to put him in the movie. That probably takes priority.
The infant in Rocky 2 is Sergio Stallone, one of his other kids. And in this one it's Sage. Yeah, it's this funny little thing, but it's like, I guess you did what you had to for the story. There's
the story of Rocky 5, which desperately, it's fine. You did it all for the purity of the story.
Also, there's a fun little thing. So there's a whole thing in this about and you said you want to mention Burgess Meredith in this film. Do you want to? Was there anything more than what we already said?
No, there's a scene where he's remembering Burgess Meredith and Mick in this film, and he's saying like really encouraging things like, you gotta stand up and show him that you'd like this really, really nice and loving thing. And I was watching the scene and I was like, Mick like never says anything nice about Rocky.
Yeah.
He's always like his love
He's a bum.
Yeah, very much of the tough variety, and to see a scene where it's like, and remember all the wonderful things that Mick would say, and it's like, he didn't say any of that. And that's another reason why it feels directed by Rocky Balboa, in the sense that it's like him trying to like remember like trick himself into remembering that Mick would always say such nice, encouraging things. Maybe that's a theory I'm developing. Maybe I'm developing a theory that Rocky V actually takes place in Rocky's mind, or it's the film he wrote about his own life.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. But in the original script, and I think it was filmed this way, is that Mickey was supposed to be appearing as a ghost to Rocky, but then it was recut or reworked to be a flashback. But so there's the whole reoccurring motif in this is that he had Rocky Marciano, who's a real boxer, one of the greatest of all time. He has cufflinks, these little golden boxing gloves, and he gives him, and the flashback is Mick giving Rocky the boxing glove cufflink that he wears as like a necklace, and he says, "Oh, what did he do with the other one?" He says, "I probably gave it to some bum." But we see an almost identical boxing glove worn by Apollo Creed in like the second or third film, so it's kind of implied that Rocky Marciano might have given Apollo Creed his other one at some early point in Apollo Creed's career.
That's the best thing about this movie. That's the most interesting little wrinkle I've heard about this movie.
Yeah. And also, I can't remember what film it's mentioned in. I think it might be this one, but you find Rocky isn't actually Balboa's first name. It's a nickname. His first name is Robert. So when, because the son's name is Rob, and he's actually named after his father. But it's I think it's in a novelization or in a cut scene from the first film, but it's explicitly kind of stated or heavily implied that he took the name Rocky from Rocky Marciano, who is again a real boxer.
I might be remembering this wrong. I'm pretty sure in the credits for this movie, Sage Stallone is credited as Rocky Jr.
It's Robert Rocky Balboa Jr. Right. And I think in this the last one or the third one, he's like explicitly called Rocky Jr.
Right.
But then it's like, I guess if his birth name is Robert Jr., I could see why they would call it. And they would call him Rocky Jr. And then as he got older, he would probably not want to just be known as Rocky Balboa. But I mean, if you don't have much more to say about Rocky V, I think we can move on.
It's just real bad. It's Stallone at his worst as well, I think.
Yeah, and this is like again, mapping the career of Stallone. This was kind of when people were, I guess, starting to grow weary of him. I mean, although you watched Cliffhanger recently, didn't you?
Cliffhanger's great. Came out maybe a couple years after this. Watched it because my flatmate put it on, and it's just, God, they don't make movies like that anymore, Rich. Just, like this, I was watching it, and this weirdly specific trope I noticed happens in this is such a side tangent on an already really long episode, but you know how like Mission Impossible 1 ends like in a fight on a moving train?
Yeah, man.
Cliffhanger ends with Stallone and John Lithgow fighting atop a crashed helicopter that's like dangling off a cliff, hanging off a cliff, if you will. And I was just like, whatever happened to third act climaxes that were the battles between the brain, the smarts, the brainy bad guy and the brawny good guy atop like a precarious crumbling set piece, I feel like that was such a thing, and now it's not a thing anymore. I used to play on the playground with my friends, and in primary school, and I would always pretend the playground is like a plane you were hanging out of and shit like that.
But it is interesting about that, because I think Cliffhanger is one example of it, but an interesting tidbit that came out in the last few weeks is that Stallone is the only actor in the history of US cinema to have starred in a box office #1 film across 6 consecutive decades.
Interesting.
So from Rocky in 1970 through to Suicide Squad, he's had at least one #1 film at the box office in 6 consecutive decades. And I couldn't verify it, but I think I couldn't be bothered verifying it, I should say. But I think, is this the most decades we're covering on one episode? 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s.
In one episode, I would think so.
2010s. And there's not yet, but there will be a in
a 2020 one.
2022. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. If James Bond obviously would have covered more, but where that was in multiple episodes, so you might be right there.
And also in The Mummy as well. Yeah.
Does Sylvester Stallone get it, Richard? Do you think he gets it?
It's interesting. Like I think, like
maybe the most unsuspecting person who gets it. I think.
Yeah. What I think one thing that's interesting about Stallone is because I think he's underrated as a writer and possibly as a director as well. But he's you read a lot of his like original ideas for things, and some of them are pretty bad. But I think part of his getting it is the having the sense to collaborate and listen to people, and be willing to admit that his ideas weren't amazing. And I think he is one of these people that likes to hype himself up and hype his projects up. If you follow his Instagram, it's full of promoting shit that he's working on. And I think that like he's the kind of person who maybe goes like, oh, I'm really excited about this idea. And the thing doesn't come to fruition for another 6 or 7 years. And it's changed a lot in that time. And a lot of people maybe wouldn't share their ideas that early on when they're not as fully formed.
Right. Yeah.
And so I think maybe Stallone does get it. Like, and again, it's like, yeah, he made Rocky. Well, he wrote Rocky 5, but he has the good sense later on to be like, yeah, no, I was being greedy. I shouldn't have made that, and to then go back and fix it, as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and how did he fix it exactly? Well, let's talk about the next film of the franchise. Came 16 years later in 2006. Again, Sylvester Stallone returning to the director's chair.
Sorry, I would have renamed Rocky 5.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Rocky Retires.
Nice, yeah.
There you go. Or Rocky's retired. Do they all have? I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah. You came back with a film called Rocky Balboa in 2006. So you're 16 years. So for a long time, this was Rocky 5 was all we were ever going to get, and the franchise had just ended with a whimper, just like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, what is Rocky Balboa about?
Right. So it's 16 years later, presumably, and the big news. The big news is that Adrian has passed away, and Rocky now lives. He works at a restaurant named Adrian's, and
he owns it. He doesn't work at it.
Well, he owns it. Yeah, and it's sort of about him. It's maybe not the most original plot because it sort of is just about him gearing up to fight someone new. But the idea is that like, people are saying that the new young buck would defeat Rocky Balboa in his prime in a heartbeat, and so Rocky's like, I gotta prove that I can still do it. In my memory, it feels real like macho alpha male, but in the movie, it's presented as a lot more of like a I don't know what I'm doing with my life anymore.
Yeah, and it is very much
I have
like.
To do.
Yeah, because the first film was obviously like, Rocky's this underdog because, everyone underestimates him because he's a nobody. And again, like we managed to, now you have the 2-time heavyweight champion of the world, and they've managed to successfully make him the underdog again. And it's because everyone underestimates him because of his age. And so he does this, it's mostly like, it's an exhibition match kind of thing. But yeah, the Mason the Line Dixon, he goes toe-to-toe within the ring, and loses by split decision. But again, it's that thing of he managed to go the distance and prove once again that he could still be relevant. It's what do you think as a Rotten Tomatoes?
This got 77, I think.
Yeah, that's right. So this is actually the second highest of the Rocky films.
Which I did not know going into this. I had always assumed this would have been seen quite poorly. Came poorly. Came out quite a long time after the last one. Distant sequels are typically, especially this early of a distant sequel.
And also like Rambo coming out around the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd always assumed that this was quite bad. This is my second favorite Rocky movie, and I've ranked it above the first one. I think I go back and forth on this one and the first one. I think I prefer this one because it doesn't have a creepy scene in it, and it's I think it's the best shot of any of them, Creed included.
Yeah, the cinematography is so interesting.
Yeah.
It's such a distinctive look, and I can't always put my finger on it.
Yeah. I really like that. I think for all those out there, for all those Rocky purists who don't think this one's all that, I think one problem that purists and stuff have with like new movies is being like, oh, it's not as good as Rocky 2, Rocky 3, and it's like this is a director, Sylvester Stallone, who has gone away for years and come back and poured his heart and soul in. Like, if you were a real purist, you would think this is better. I think, because it's just an artist honing his craft, and I think this is quite easily the best directed. The best I've seen of Sylvester Stallone's direction, I guess, is what I'm saying. And there feels like genuine vision and heart in it in a way that's missing from his other films, I think. I thought that it's a very sad film, very quiet film, similar to the first one in that sense, but more in the sense of like it's just about a man who's approaching what could be the end of his life, and the things around him are slipping away. And I think this is Paulie's best movie. There's a part at the start where like every year Rocky spends the anniversary of Adrian's death, like going around and revisiting old things. He revisits the ice rink and stuff from the first film. And Paulie's getting mad at him, and he's like, "You did this last year, Rocco." And he's like, "What's the?" I nearly did the impression, but I stopped myself. He says, "What's the matter, Paulie? You don't miss her," or something like that. And Paulie's like, "What do you always gotta look backwards for? You treated her good. You have good memories. I treated her bad. I don't want to look back." And it's like Paulie's only character moment in the whole series, where he like reflects on how poorly I just stopped him. he treated his sister, and I don't know, I really liked that, and it's just a real good old man movie.
Yeah, I thought
it's about his like the relationship with his son and stuff as well.
Yeah, who's now played by Milo Ventimiglia, who and the reason they didn't reuse Sage was they didn't want people to read into, think that it's life, the art imitating life, that it's actually about how Sage was having trouble living in his father's shadow kind of thing. And also I think it makes sense to have like an actual actor kind of in the role.
This movie made me want to hang out with my dad. Like, there's a point where Rocky goes and sees Robert at his work, at his office job, and is sort of like, "Hey, do you want to grab a coffee or something?" And it reminds me of the ways in which my very loving father pleads to hang out with me. I don't feel bad.
When I watched this one for the first time, I was like, fuck, this is probably my favorite. And it still might be. Like, again, this is one of the ones that I could easily be made an argument for that it's my favorite. Again, I think like you, I just assumed it was bad, much like Fright Night 2011.
I thought this was a stepping stone. I was like, right, I've finished the first 5 that everyone knows. Now I've got to sit through this misfire, because obviously Creed will be the movie they wanted this movie to be. Yeah. Like, I thought it was a stepping stone to get to Creed. And I'm not going to say I liked it more than Creed, but I liked it more than Creed 2, Like, so, like, it was just... I don't dislike Creed 2, just to clarify. It's just I liked this more, and I really wasn't expecting it to, and I didn't know the Rotten Tomatoes score when I started watching it. And as I was watching it, I was thinking, sometimes when I'm watching movies for the podcast, I'll think of things that I'm gonna, like, little writing lines ahead of time. And I was gonna say something like, I don't think this is a good movie, but it's Sylvester Stallone's best performance as Rocky. I now would say this is a great movie, and it is Sylvester Stallone's
Yeah.
best performance as Rocky so far.
Yeah, up until this point. The speech he gives to his son, when they're standing out on the street, it ain't about how hard you get hit, about how hard you can hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. That's such a fantastic line, and it's one of those ones that like I think has outlived this film, and people might not realize it's from like this Rocky Balboa. You like,
Yeah.
and because it's referenced in Creed, and it's referenced in David Brent Life on the Road, that movie that he quotes it in there, and I was like, oh, that's a weird thing to have in the movie, but yeah, like it's probably Stallone's best script, and yeah, again, it's that real like it's the mapping the career of Sylvester Stallone that like no one would have thought this would be good. Everyone underestimated Stallone doing another Rocky film, but here we are.
Because I was real like when it opens and I don't see Talia Shire's name in the credits, the opening credits, I was like, oh god, like because Adrian's the heart of the franchise, you know. Like I don't think that's a particularly controversial thing to say. Like she is so important to the movies. Is like, how are you going to make a good movie out of her being dead? And it's like my second favorite one. She's actually not in any of my favorite ones.
Yeah, well, and it's also like the whole thing is like the whole thing's about loss.
Yeah, and that's such a god. What a beautiful theme,
and him dealing with having lost any purpose in life.
Yeah, really. What a beautiful theme to make a movie around, especially. And I say this is going to sound like an insult, but it's a compliment. It's like, it's very special to make a movie about complex issues through quite a dumb person, right? Like quite a simple person like Rocky. I think it speaks to how good of an actor Stallone is, particularly in Balboa and Creed, of how he can display someone who doesn't quite know how to articulate their emotions this powerfully, I guess.
Yeah. And like it's interesting because you kind of assume, especially like this film gets announced, they go Talia Shire's not returning. You go, oh okay, like
here we go.
Yeah, but no, it was like the first few drafts of the film had her alive, and it was kind of like he wanted Rocky to have nothing essentially, or to and so he met with Talia Shire. They talked about it and they agreed. And Talia Shire released like a public statement saying she supported the decision to have her be killed off. And that's like this wasn't because I didn't want to return. There's no falling out. This is the right decision for the movie.
That makes me feel so much better, though the same thing happened with Meryl Streep and Mamma Mia 2, and I thought it was a very bad decision.
But you mentioned about this being the best shot, and I think like there's so much the lighting and the coloring of like most of the film is really, really nice and really interesting. But then the film switches to looking like an HBO pay-per-view boxing match for the first 2 rounds of the final fight, and that's because it was actually just filmed as part of a HBO boxing pay-per-view event.
Right.
During pre-production they struggled to find somewhere to host the final fight, and because everywhere had been booked out, and then Stallone was like, well, actually they got this pay-per-view event coming up, and what would be a perfect thing, so they just said maybe we could just piggyback that. And so they finished the fight, the real fight, and then said, all right, we're going to film Rocky, the new Rocky movie in here, and yeah, just kind of whatever. And then when Stallone came out as Rocky, the crowd stood up and chanted and cheered for Rocky, and they weren't instructed to do any of that. And Stallone was worried, he's like, oh, what if people boo or like try and make something out of it? But no, like the crowd was just genuinely so like got this massive standing ovation. Apparently, and the other fighters, the real fighters who fought that night mentioned that was the biggest cheer of the entire night was Stallone walking out as Rocky Balboa, and it was completely like they weren't instructed to do that. People are just so excited to see him in character again, which is such a nice moment. It's so like fitting with the themes of the film. But that was actually the first part that was shot of the film because Stallone had this rigorous training regime to get into shape. And if they shot it later, he had to switch to shooting and directing, so he wouldn't have time to stay in shape.
Right.
So they had to do that first.
Nice.
But yeah, I think this one as well had like a lot more improvisation with the fighting, and so I think a lot more of it's real, and it kind of fucked up the continuity a little bit because like they gave each other bleeding noses before they were supposed to have them and stuff like that.
Well, and as well as that, it's really stylized. Like it cuts to like black and white and stuff. I would say maybe I didn't like that as much. Was the final fight? I don't know if it quite reached the sort of the thematic point it was reaching for me. But maybe I just need to think about it more. But yeah.
And there actually is on the DVD an alternate ending where Rocky wins as well, interestingly.
Well, interestingly as well, and spoilers for Creed, is that looking at my list, I can say the best Rocky movies are the ones where the main character doesn't win. Because I've got Creed, Rocky Balboa, and Rocky as my top three, all three of which the lead character loses by split decision. So that's a fun little thing that I can be like, well, you know.
Yeah, but there's and also the other I just not to just go through trivia. I hate when I feel like I'm doing that, but like this features a lot of flashbacks to I think every Rocky movie, but Carl Weathers doesn't appear because like Apollo Creed doesn't appear because Carl Weathers wanted a role in the film. Even though his character died 2 films ago, Stallone refused, and so he refused to grant permission to use archive footage of him. So they recreate. There's a very brief clip of the fight between Rocky and Apollo that was recreated using a body double, which is a bummer that like Carl Weathers doesn't get it. Talia Shire was more than willing to kill the character off.
Yeah, and she didn't even die on screen 20 years earlier.
Yeah.
They recreate other fights of this, which done through like the kind of the inciting incident of the film is this CGI recreation of what the line would look like fighting Rocky, and I thought that was pretty interesting because like I feel like that's exactly the kind of shit that happens in this world, in the world of boxing, is like, and to I liked watching the like boxing talkback shows because those shows always feel like there'll be seasons where people just don't have anything to talk about, so they bat on about like theoretical statistics and shit like that.
Yeah, so I kind of didn't want to bring it up, but someone in our Discord hates this film.
Not the same person who mentioned Burgess Meredith.
Yeah. But they went on to say that, you know, this was one of their 3 worst movies they've ever seen. And I was baffled by it. And I was so glad that as people, because a lot of people did watch alongs with the Rocky, which I was so happy to see. But that people, you know, started giving Rocky Balboa good rankings because I was like, am I crazy? This is like my favorite one. But I was like, no, the critics agree that it's like the second best Rocky movie after the first one. And then you liked it. And I was like, okay, sweet. But one of the things that they said was that like the inciting incident of the fake fight is so stupid. And I was like, yeah, but they do shit like that all the time. Like to me,
I don't think it's stupid at all. I think it's incredibly realistic.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually based on a movie called there was a thing called The Super Fight, which was a fictional boxing match between Rocky Marciano and Muhammad Ali, which it was like this who would win if they'd met in their primes kind of thing. And it was this whole movie. It came out in 1970.
To clarify, I do think it's stupid, but I think it's stupid in the world of the film.
Yeah, it's realistic.
It's yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's like so there's, you know, indisputable evidence that this would happen in real life. And then also it's also based on George Foreman fighting I can't remember who he fought, but George Foreman, like after having retired like 20 years earlier, came back and actually fucking won the heavyweight championship again of someone, you know, 20, 30 years as junior. But yeah, it's like, yeah, all of these things have happened. I don't know why this film is any more or less realistic than any other. But yeah, no, I love this movie. And like you, I saw this as a movie I had to get through to watch Creed because I think the whole reason I'd watched the Rocky films that one day was because I really wanted to watch Creed because I'd heard it was really good.
Right.
And similar with if I ever watch The Karate Kid, it'll be because I really want to watch Cobra Kai because I hear it's amazing.
Let's take this opportunity to push, I reckon, Karate Kid for the next franchise vote on Patreon.
Maybe
I don't know
because
if we're allowed to do that, but I think
the Karate Kid is also directed by John G. Alvarezson as well.
There you go.
But
Makes
and I
sense.
think did Bill Conti do the music as well? No, same. Yeah, he did, and same cinematographer as well. So it's like it's literally just light. Rocky, I would also say put forward Rambo because I would love to watch those.
Well, okay. Well, how about this? Let's randomly draw Rambo at the end of this episode.
Okay, yeah,
Just really wish for it, and get Karate Kid for the next Patreon vote.
Okay, yeah, sweet, easy.
Which one of those is actually more hard to do? My title for my retitling for this one, I would have called this one Rocky's Renaissance.
Nice. Well, Rocky's back.
Rocky's back!
And this time, he brought his dad.
Rocky Returns.
Yeah, Rocky Returns, I thought would be
calling the sixth one Rocky Returns. It would make sense, I guess, after 16 years, but I like Renaissance as a word. I think it's a good word. Rocky's
Balboa.
Rocky Balboa is, you could argue with me that that's an earned title, considering of what the subject matter of the film being very like, and this is his life. But it does still, I'm not crazy about it.
What if it had just been called Balboa?
Yeah, that'd be better.
Yeah, it is interesting because then it was also reported that Rambo would be called John Rambo, and it's like, yeah, Stallone's just doing all of his things.
I thought it was called John Rambo until you said it was called Rambo.
It is called John Rambo, and I think some territory, because some territories called First Blood Rambo, and so they had to call the new one something else.
God, when we talk about titles on the Rambo episode, I'm going to have
next week.
Goddamn conniption.
Conniption. Yeah, good movie. Good movie, this one. Also, the other kind of big subplot in this is that Marie, the young woman that Rocky walks home in the first film and tries to get her out of trouble, is a main character in this film. Who's in a deleted scene from the fifth film where Rocky was supposed to meet her, now a homeless sex worker living on the streets of Philadelphia. And I think the interpretation of Marie, and it was actually the little girl from the first one reprising her role in 14 years later. And it's like, yeah, I think this treatment of Marie is much nicer. That's Rocky Balboa, unless you have anything else you want to say about it.
No, it's all good.
Alrighty then. So, not quite as long later. How long was it? 9 years later, we found ourselves with a new film franchise. Yeah, pretty much film in the franchise called Creed.
Judging by the length of this episode, maybe we should have split this up into 2 episodes, but there you go. I mean, what is it if not 2? You can think of this as 2 episodes if you want. Welcome along to Film Franchise Fortnights, everybody. Today we're talking about the Creed franchise.
Yeah, I'm Ricky Martin, and I'm joined by the Frog Gay Man himself.
Remember that joke you made 3 hours ago?
And immediately regretted. Oh, actually, I do have one more thing to say about Rocky Balboa. Sorry, is that so? Earlier,
it's so too late. It's so too late.
But you'll like this. In earlier drafts of the screenplay, Clubber Lang and Ivan Drago had cameo appearances. Clubber would have been a ringside commentator for the bout with Dixon and made disparaging remarks about Rocky. How the Ivan Drago cameo was going to be Rocky visiting him in a hospital where he's dying of AIDS from steroid abuse. Supposedly, Rocky would have told a nurse, "If he dies, he dies." The same line Drago said to Apollo Creed about Apollo Creed in the fourth movie. Both of these scenes were eventually removed.
Very self-indulgent sort of thing that I reckon Stallone puts in everything he writes, and if you're lucky, it gets cut out by another draft.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, what is Creed about?
Creed is about the bastard son of Apollo Creed that nobody knew about because it was born of an affair, is taken under the wing of Apollo Creed's widow, and she cares for him. He grows up and decides, I want to be a boxer. So he moves to Philadelphia to try and make it on his own. But there he meets Rocky, convinces Rocky to train him. He falls in love with a local musician played by Tessa Thompson. And it sort of eventually gets out that he's Creed's son. And so a fight is set up between him and this like British boxer who's like gonna get disqualified or something.
He's going to prison.
Right. So
he's the light heavyweight champion of the world.
Right. There you go.
And and he says, before I go to prison and have to relinquish my title, I'll give Creed's son a chance to take it off me.
Yeah. And meanwhile, you find out about halfway through the film, you find out that Rocky has cancer, and he says that he's decided he doesn't want to fight it because Paulie's dead now as well. Thank God. And he doesn't want to fight it because he sort of views himself as a man who the world no longer has any use for. It's very heartbreaking, and sort of, I guess, the thrust of the thematic thrust of the film is Creed is like, you have me now, like, I'm the person in your life to make it worth living now, and I'm only going to fight if you fight, and that motivates each other to so Rocky gets on chemo while training Creed, who again goes the distance but technically doesn't win. They say he didn't win the fight, but he won the night. Or something.
The night,
yeah. Because as well, he's got a reputation. He's got to prove that he's not just Apollo Creed's son. So, yeah.
So this is now directed by Ryan Coogler, and written by Ryan Coogler and Aaron Covington. So this is the first film that Stallone didn't write. So it must have been, like, I was talking about this while watching that it must have been so interesting for Stallone being on set, and it's like saying words as Rocky for the first time that you didn't write.
I feel a little bad for ranking it first. Like this passion project of this, like this Hollywood great, and I'm like, yeah, but the one you had nothing to do with the conception of is probably the best one.
Yeah, well, no, he did have, and I think part of that as well is our, this most appealing to our more modern storytelling.
Oh, it's a completely different style of filmmaking to the others, in a good way.
Yeah, and so this was Ryan Coogler did Fruitvale Station first, and that kind of caught the attention of people. And apparently he met with Stallone before he did Fruitvale Station to try and get him to do the film. And he was initially hesitant, but I think managed to turn him around. When talking about the inception of the film, he said that it was experiences. Ryan Coogler said it was experience with his own father. He said he used to play Rocky before I had football games to pump me up, and he would get really emotional watching the movies. He used to watch Rocky 2 with his mom while she was sick and dying of cancer. She died when he was 18 years old, and so when he got sick and he was losing his strength because he had a muscular condition, he was having trouble getting around, having trouble carrying stuff. I started thinking about this idea of my dad's mortality. For me, he was kind of like this mythical figure of my father, similar to what Rocky was for him. Going through it inspired me to make a film that told a story about his hero going through something similar to kind of motivate him and cheer him up. That's how I came up with the idea for the movie.
Cool. I mean, it's great. It's so good, Creed, the movie.
It's fucking incredible. And it's this thing of like, and this is what I sort of said to you before we watched the film, that it's like, because you're like, damn, like Rocky's pretty good in like Balboa. And it's like, you see like Stallone in the original film, you're like, yeah, like, man, Stallone's a pretty good actor. And it's like, he's really good in Rocky Balboa, but he's phenomenal in Creed. This is an incredible performance. I think probably part of that is being directed by someone else. Mm-hmm. And I think Ryan Coogler is an incredible director. Yeah, he was nominated for an Academy Award. And so I believe this is the longest distance between 39 years between nominations for the same character. And fun fact for our podcast. As of 2018, Sylvester Stallone's, and I believe 2021 as well, I don't think it's happened since then, but as of 2021, Sylvester Stallone's Best Supporting Actor nomination is the only time that any actor has been Oscar nominated for a performance that is not in the first 3 entries of a franchise.
That is cool. Also,
Yeah.
what's cool is he would have been nominated for lead for the first film and supporting for this. How often does that happen?
6 times.
Really? Thank you
Yeah, I
for
think so, yeah.
coming prepared with that.
Yeah.
I find it interesting at all when a character is nominated again. Not an actor, but a character.
Yeah.
I think I find that interesting because I don't think the Academy likes sequels, and so it feels funny that they're being forced to like really engage with a franchise by doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but he won the
so-
Golden Globe for the film, but he didn't win. He lost the Oscar to Mark Rylance for Bridge of Spies.
Oh yeah. Well, anyway, he's really good in this, and I think again
The scene where he's diagnosed with cancer is phenomenal. And
I thought the scene where Creed finds out was the one that really hit me, when he's like trying to explain to. He's basically trying to explain to this kid who he's created a bond with why he's like, it's basically like, you've got to let me die because I do not want to be alive anymore. Like, and it's so full on. It's so full on. And again, what's so powerful about it is just the character of Rocky Balboa we've seen come so far and go through so much and become such different versions of himself, and like he's still kind of dumb, but like there's a wisdom to it that's separate from general intelligence, and I think that comes through in a man who's not. I feel like Rocky's not a very profound thinker, but here he is saying like, everyone I've ever loved has died. The world doesn't need me anymore. I'm ready to go. And fuck, it's so.
I don't know that I agree that he's not a very profound thinker. I think he's a profound thinker, but not a profound talker.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, like I think he's Stallone's described him as a poet. That he like, especially when he compares him to Rambo, that Rambo's this really like tortured soul, and Rocky is like a poet. He's
interesting.
And he's more of like a lover kind of thing, not a fighter. He certainly is a fighter, but I want to say to ask you, and now you've seen a few of these movies by this point. How are you feeling when you watch like the final fight in each of these movies?
So great question. I think my ranking of these films is actually quite heavily influenced by how good the final fight is. I'd say the outlier is Rocky 2, which I've ranked 5th, even though I think it's probably a better final fight than Rocky Balboa and Rocky.
Yeah.
But the final fight in Creed 1 is so good, and it's the most in the ring I think you've ever felt in any of these movies.
Because also, did you know how the fight ended?
No, people don't smugly tell you that Creed loses in Creed.
Yeah.
In the same way that they tell you Rocky loses in Rocky.
Yeah. But like going into the final fight, did you
am I tense? The stakes, again, similar to the first, to Rocky, the film, like the stakes feel weirdly low in this. Like, I don't know if like needing to keep or build your reputation is necessarily the greatest stakes, but I think as well as that, I thought this isn't a deficit on the film. It's just I don't quite understand why so much story is built into the opponent of him going to jail and all that sort of thing. I don't understand the point of creating this weird situation where he's like, I've got to defeat someone before I go to jail. I think there's a strange stakes that maybe I'm just not quite understanding what the point of it is.
But like, did you think that did you have an inkling he would lose or win going into it, kind of thing, from a storytelling perspective?
No idea, no.
But like, I when you're watching the fight, are you getting hyped up? Are you getting into it? Are you standing up and cheering?
In this one I am. In this, Creed and Creed 2 both have like really, really, it's refreshing because it's a completely different style of filmmaking, filming these fights. And in this one, and Rocky. So one thing I really like about Rocky 3 is that you see him learning a new way to fight. And training, and then you see that happen when he fights Clubber at the end.
Yeah, what happens in Rocky 2 as well? There's the whole thing about fighting southpaw,
right?
Because Rocky is left-handed, but he
right.
fights right-handed, and to throw off Apollo Creed in the second one.
In Rocky 3, I think it's a bit more in your face because it's like this dancey kind of hopping side to side.
Like the whole thing is that like he's Apollo's teaching him how to fight like a black fighter, essentially.
Yeah. And so I think that's something I really liked about that. And in Creed, it's very much like when someone dodges a punch, you feel it so much more than you feel in the Rocky movies. You feel like the wind brush past your face almost, and things like that. It's a lot more visceral.
But because. And that was one of the things, like, when I was first watching these movies, I was like, and I still fucking am, especially watching this one, is like jumping up in my seat, like getting so into it. And one thing that this film does, and it's like, oh God, it's such a satisfying thing, is throughout the film, you hear like slight variations on like, do 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 do, and like you just hear or they're like do do do, and then you just hear like that, and then he knocks down Pretty Ricky Conley, and then he fucking gets up and you hear do 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 do, and it's like, oh my God, it's like the most satisfying musical cue in cinema history. It's so good, and it makes me fucking actually like get so pumped, and I like throw my fists in the air and I'm jamming it. Like it's so satisfying, and
I think it's good because for a movie that could be jam-packed full of fan service, it's very reserved, and then it like allows you this one really just cathartic callback, which is like something with like, you look at the worst of fan service movies like Star Wars and shit, and it's like, seeing the Ewoks in Rise of Skywalker feels like nothing because of everything you've been treated to, quote unquote treated to in the rest of the movie. Whereas this, it's like, it's so importantly trying to feel not like a Rocky movie, not like a Rocky sequel, and more like a movie set in the same universe, that when it does give you something, it's really quite powerful. So I know what you mean.
Yeah. The other kind of big thing about this film, it was actually like one of the only things I knew about the film going into it, was that in the middle of the film, there's this really cool one-shot fight. And that was one of those things that's like, because in 2015, you see all these things about favorite films of the year and best scenes of the year, and it was it came up in a lot of those that there's this one-shot fight in the middle of Creed, and it's pretty fucking sick. It's actually all done in camera as well. It's not like a few things stitched together. They did 13 takes of it, and it's the 11th take used in the film.
Remind me of the scene. I don't know if I remember it.
It's the fight that puts his name on the map and people finds out that he's Creed.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And it's all one shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. It's great.
It feels like it really didn't make an opinion.
Do you know what, Richard? We've been talking for 3 hours, and we just had a little break to go do bathroom stuff, and we're back. And my mind is like, the muscle memory of doing a podcast, and my brain is like, you still going? So allow me to put myself back into podcasting mode.
Right. All right. Well, you said you had a point you wanted to make, so you say yours, and I'll lukewarmly react.
I thought one cool thing, one really important thing to the identity of this film is that it's directed by a black man about a black man, and feels like deeply influenced by like black culture and black filmmakers, and that's such a great decision. In terms of differentiating this from the Rocky movies that came before it, because it's from like a completely different identity, I guess. They have their own identity.
Yeah. It's the first Rocky movie to use the N-word and to use the F-word.
Oh, the N and F words.
Yeah, I also really like how, and I think, and Tessa Thompson signing on said, like, I don't want to just be a love interest, and
Yeah.
so, she's actually like a really, I think, quite a well fleshed out character. She has this whole thing about, she has progressive hearing loss, which is. Aside from being representation, is also a really interesting, and like a musician who with progressive hearing loss
Could be its own movie.
Yeah, exactly. Who ends up marrying the heavyweight champion of the world. If it was the other way around, it's like, why is this the subplot?
Yeah. The she does an amazing Philadelphia accent. Holy crap.
Yeah, it was interesting because you messaged me and you were like, "Whoa, her Philadelphia accent," and I couldn't tell she was doing an accent different to her normal. B, I didn't know if you liked it or not.
Because where is she? I thought she was English. Maybe she's not. She's American.
She's from Philadelphia.
Oh, well,
No,
what a
she's not.
great...
She's not. She's from California.
No, one other thing I liked in this movie is the way they talk about, and I'm sure this was established in the other movies, but I like the fictional lore they create around Apollo Creed, and they talk about like your father was probably the best boxer the world has ever seen, and that's such fun, like building up of the character and the stakes.
Yeah, because if you sub in Apollo Creed's supposed to be Muhammad Ali.
Yeah,
it's essentially, and like I was trying to think of like of this because then. Because Adonis Creed calls Rocky Unc, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go live with my uncle for a while," and he introduces him to Bianca Tessa Thompson's character, and he's like, "Hey, this is my uncle," and he's like, "Hey, how you doing?" She's like, "Hi, okay," and then Rocky leaves. She's like, when were you going to tell me that your uncle is fucking Rocky Balboa?
I loved that. I loved both in Rocky Balboa and Creed learning what and seeing what it looks like when someone who was once pretty famous like lives in the same neighborhood as you. Yeah. Like I think that's a really interesting thing, that a very specific but interesting thing that I feel is like portrayed quite accurately. It's really cool.
Yeah, and because I think in Rocky Balboa, there's a lot of like people walking past me like, "Hey, champ," and he gets recognized all the time. And I think Bianca, having grown up in Philadelphia, where like Rocky Balboa is just a mainstay, her reaction isn't like, "Oh my god, is that Rocky Balboa?"
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, of course, Rocky. Like, she's not surprised to see Rocky. She's surprised to see him in that context.
Yeah.
And it's like such a specific distinction.
Yeah.
It's great because it's like I feel like the kind of lore of it is that like if you live in Philadelphia long enough, you will run into Rocky Balboa at some point. Yeah, like
imagine if one day Richard, I was like, "Hey, this is my uncle, Radio Ron."
Yeah, the wizard.
The wizard. These are, for those outside of Christchurch, maybe not even like outside, like if you live in another part of New Zealand, you probably don't know what we're talking about. But there's local oddities, Radio Ron and the wizard. The wizard probably a little bit more famous than Radio Ron, but yeah.
I've seen like today I learned on Reddit that like Christchurch has a wizard, like this guy, and it's like, and people are like, I wish my city has had a wizard. That's so cool. New Zealand's such a cool place. God. It's like the wizard's been around a lot longer than Lord of the Rings, but like the movies anyway, and he's a massive fuckwit. I've met him. He's
insufferable.
A prick.
I wish my city had a wizard. No, you don't.
Yeah, like he's actually a fucking prick.
Isn't his legal name the Wizard as well?
Oh, probably. He's a
probably.
I also messaged you the other day that this is our second franchise which features Liev Schreiber in like a tiny role where you're like, why did they get Liev Schreiber for this? And then it makes sense when you get more context after Scream, where he's like in the first Scream for a couple of seconds, and it's like, oh, because he does a bigger role in the second one. And this one, he's I saw his name in the credits. I was like, what the fuck? Because he's the announcer for HBO 24/7. They do an episode about Donnie. And he's the actual announcer for that show in real life. So it's like he was reprising his role.
I didn't notice Liev Schreiber was in it.
I just heard it. I just saw his name in the credits. I was like, what the fuck? And then,
I'm just reflecting on how bananas it must be for listeners to just hear us casually talk about a wizard living here and to talk about it like it's normal and then move on.
To be fed up with it.
If anyone wants to know more, look up the Wizard of New Zealand, which is his legal name. He has a Wikipedia page.
And he fucking sucks.
Lists him as an educator, comedian, magician, and politician. His real name, or his original name, is Ian Brackenbury Chanel.
Ugh. Also, so this film features the return of Adrian's restaurant, and I really like how it's like completely
I know exactly
honors
what you're going to say. Yeah,
completely honors the like Rocky Balboa. And what was I going to say?
That it completely honors Rocky Balboa. That like it's not ignoring this movie nobody remembers.
It's not starting again. It's picking up exactly where it should have left off. Like Adrian's restaurant looks identical, same pictures on the wall, and it's like it's so cool they did that. Yeah.
And another recurring thing from Rocky Balboa the movie is that when he visits Adrian's and now also Paulie's graves, he keeps like a fold-up chair in the tree next to the grave, and which is such a small thing to bring back. And I was like, that's such a cool thing that they like, because I think
the chair is a lot more weathered now.
Yeah,
Did you notice that?
Yeah. I think what it is that when you haven't seen these movies and you know enough about the ebbs and flows of franchises as we do, right? You look at the years that these movies came out without seeing them, you see that they had sort of a main run over the course of like 20 years, and then there was a long break before they made another one, and then another long break before they made another one. And you go, like, I'm trying to think of other examples. I'm sure like a lot of the horror movies that we've watched,
like Halloween,
where it's like there's a long break, and then there's this lone one, and you see they do another like distant sequel later, and so you go, wow, clearly
it's a second
this one,
try,
second attempt at a distant sequel, which is so what I thought was the situation here. But not only is it not there, but it's completely, the continuity of it is completely kept intact and even like referenced. So that's really cool.
Yeah, and also the other fun thing about this is that so when Donnie shows up at Adrian's, Rocky's restaurant, Adrian's, it's adorned with pictures of Rocky and his fights and whatnot. And he correctly identifies exactly when a photo of a fight between Rocky and Apollo was taken. And he says, I heard about a third fight between you two. And he's like, how'd you know about that? And he asks him who won. And after at the end of the scene, Rocky reveals he did. That Apollo had won that third fight, which is kind of one of these long-standing mysteries of like who actually won that fight. And I do wonder if that was like a Ryan Coogler, like if Stallone always envisioned that Apollo won that, or if like Ryan Coogler had to ask permission to confirm it. Like I'd be really interested in that. Like if it was the sacred thing that he didn't want to let go of, the secret of. But,
well, Rocky could also be lying. I don't think Rocky is too proud to try and.
No, I think Stallone's performance in that scene it is so like, because he's saying, like I'm not going to train you, because I know, like essentially like I've left boxing behind because I know what it leads to, and. Oh, just the way he says he did, it's such a beautiful little like performance, and I fully believe it.
Yeah,
what a fucking good movie, man. This is so such a phenomenal movie.
Also, like for what it's worth, we don't say this so much anymore, but how often is the 7th film in a franchise the best one? You know. We used to say shit like that all the time, Richard.
One other fun thing, I forgot to mention it in Rocky Balboa, but it's also relevant here, is that in the 80s, Weird Al Yankovic released a song called The Theme from Rocky 13, which was a parody of Eye of the Tiger, and it's about Rocky owning a restaurant and like telling stories of his fights at the table, and because the whole chorus is recommending the rye or the Kaiser. But it's funny that it's like this art imitating life thing. Also, you asked me.
Yes, so the full story of this is that a few months back when we covered the Planet of the Apes series, and in Rise of the Planet of the Apes, we talked about how it kind of recreates the conditions of a scene from a Simpsons joke about Planet of the Apes that had come out first, where it's like he couldn't play the piano anymore, but now he can after an ape enters his life. In a similar way, with the Weird Al thing, this is our second franchise in which a joke was made at the expense of the franchise before a movie came out, which featured a realistic application of that same joke. But I'm really interested to know, because I said in that Simpsons episode in Lemon of Troy, Bart says Rocky 2 plus Rocky 5 equals Rocky 7, Adrian's Revenge. And I said to you, are we going to be able to say that this is our second franchise which adapts a Simpsons joke? You know?
And I said no, and then I said, well, kind of in a really weird cosmic way that no one would say counts.
What the fuck do you mean by that? Because I've racked my brain.
Adrian dies of cancer, and then somewhat karmically, Rocky is diagnosed with cancer in the 7th Rocky film.
Okay, I probably wouldn't call that revenge.
Exactly. I said, I was like, well, I get like there's this super roundabout cosmic way you could argue that.
Okay, here's how it is. Here's how Creed is Rocky 7, Adrian's Revenge. Is that when in Rocky Balboa, Adrian's dead, and he's like, all right, I'm gonna get back into boxing, and the entire time he's training for it, all I'm thinking is, God, Rocky, Adrian would hate this.
So he gets cancer in the 7th one.
Yeah, right, that's what it is. Yeah.
But yes, that was my incredibly inappropriate and roundabout way that counts. But
I love it.
I also was saying that, no, I don't think it would count necessarily, but...
I obviously don't have a retitling for Creed. I think Creed is the best title you would give this.
I just want to say, like, because you mentioned about how it didn't need like the characterization of Pretty Ricky Conlon. I really like, because he's like the total like cocky, and the way he like talks about Creed, talks shit about at the press conference and stuff like that. It's like Creed's clearly not ready for all the shit talking, but I really like that, like this whole time he's so antagonistic the whole time, and it's like he got into a bust up at because that was the guy he was supposed to be fighting, he ended up breaking his jaw at the weigh-in, and so they had to find another opponent. But then I like at the end, after the fight, he's just like, you're the future of this division. That was an incredible fight, you know. And I think that was like such a nice moment from him.
Yeah, it's not that I didn't think it was necessary. I just didn't quite get why you would give him almost a sympathetic situation where, like, it almost feels like you could retell the movie from his perspective. I guess, you know, like a doomed to imprisonment, fighting his one last fight. You know.
And he wins it.
Maybe that is the point. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So that is Creed. Unless you have anything else, any last thoughts?
I think it is in the best interest of the motor that is working my podcasting self to move on. Okay. I think if we continue to dwell, which we don't, I don't have anything else to say about Creed, but like this is going to become the longest non-Barbie, non-MCU episode we've ever. I think it already is, to be honest. By this point, so
damn. I mean, what an episode to be.
What a great one! What a great one to do.
Oh, yeah, after 5 years, finally getting my way. So Creed 2 came out 3 years later, 2018. This was the first one I saw in the cinema. Hurrah! And
I really wanted to see it with you, but I was like, man, we do a podcast about franchises. This is going to come back to bite me if I go and see this movie with no context, you know.
Also, you lived in Christchurch at the time.
This came out 2017.
2018.
Ah, I wonder what I was thinking of then. Maybe I just wanted to see it. What's it about? Okay, well, the meat of the plot is that Ivan Drago's back and he has a son, and they challenge Creed to a fight, and they bully him into it by making fun of the fact that Drago killed Creed's dad, and Creed then also gets married to what's her name? What's Tessa Thompson's? Bianca. They accidentally get pregnant, sort of echoing the beats of Rocky 2. It's like poetry, it rhymes. And the subplot with Rocky is that the first part is he doesn't want to train Creed because he's scared that the same thing will happen to him that happened to Apollo. But then also it's sort of also about him needing to reconnect with his son. What else happens in it? Creed's daughter has similar hearing issues, which I presume probably be expanded on in Creed 3. But yeah, it ends in so they fight midway through and Creed is absolutely decimated. And again, a really well shot fight, whereas like as soon as the fight starts, I was like, even though I knew because it's the middle of the movie, but just watching the how each of them fight, I was like, Creed's not going to win this. Like,
and also
he's so out of his depth here.
Yeah, and also like Michael B. Jordan, what an incredible actor. That there's a few like shots he takes to the ribs that like Michael B. Jordan is so good at acting in pain that like it's so visceral, especially the final fight when he takes these shots to the ribs, like shattering his ribs. Oh my god, but yeah, the fight in the middle of it ends with like Creed has all but lost the fight, and Victor Drago delivers another like final blow after he's already down, which immediately disqualifies him from the match. So Creed is able to hold on to the heavyweight title because he's now gone up to upper division.
Which is brilliant plotting because it feels like solving a problem in your story where you're like, we need them both to feel like they have to rematch.
Yeah.
You know, so Victor feels he needs a rematch because he wants the title, and Creed needs it because he knows that like he didn't win, he just keeps the title because of disqualification.
Yeah. But then eventually Rocky comes around and he agrees to train him, but yeah, similar to Rocky 2, Rocky 3, he has to learn a new kind of style of fighting and training. And then they go to the final battle. Thank God, AJ, I've been waiting for 3 years to talk to you about this film. Like I'm so like for 6 years I've wanted to talk to you about this franchise, but my God, that skyrocketed when I saw Creed 2. Like this might be the one I'm most excited to talk about, and I know we're 3 hours and 20 minutes into a podcast. But
I'll slap my face. I'll get back in the ring, coach. Let's do it. Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
Okay, so the plot of Drago's subplot is
we should do director tomato score general thoughts first, maybe.
All right, sure. Okay, so it's directed by Stephen Caple Jr. Sylvester Stallone wrote it with Jewel Taylor. Originally he was announced to direct it, but he stepped aside for Stephen Caple Jr. What do you think it has on Rotten Tomatoes?
Be like, what was Creed? Like,
I don't think we actually said Creed, yeah.
Creed's 96, right?
95. Creed's 95. The highest rated on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah. That's crazy that even Rotten Tomatoes can Creed's that. Creed 2 will be like 86.
84, it's the third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. I've ranked it fourth, just beneath the original Rocky.
Yeah. So yeah, well, yeah. What did you think of the movie then?
I liked it a lot, and I think I liked probably the parts of it more than the whole. I think I don't know if this is necessarily a bad thing, but like, it's a very continue the franchise idea.
Yeah.
It's a very sequel-y idea to do like, and Drago's got a kid too. And I feel like the first Creed wouldn't do that. Maybe.
Yeah, I get that. And I like, the thing I love about this movie is it's such a stupid idea. Like, exactly. You said this to me when you started the movie. I seen you the trailer because the trailer for this movie is incredible. I think it's uses Kendrick Lamar's DNA like really well because it's all about I've got loyalty in my DNA, which is the whole thing, is like having stuff in your DNA. And then it ends, and it's like all the stuff about you can't do the fight. Oh, I'm gonna do the fight, and it's kind of generic. And then it ends with like you see the challenger coming into the ring. He turns around, you see the name Drago, and I was like, I said you should if you don't know what this film is about, you should actually watch the trailer first, because I think it's a really good tease. And you just laughed at it, and you're like, it's like Tiny Toons, and I'm like, it is like, and that's like, this is the dumbest idea for a Creed sequel you could kind of do. It's like, it's obvious but in like a silly way, and like you say, it's something that we would come up with for continue the franchise.
And worst of all, now I have to come up with something else for continue.
Yeah. But it's like, so I love Creed, I love Rocky IV to bits, but it's a stupid movie. I can admit that. It's not the high art that Creed and Rocky are, you know? Like these are serious like Oscar contenders.
I love the arc of this episode. It's like
I have to take, like, to now praise this film, I have to like, you know, concede some stuff about the
roll around in the mud with me, bro.
A very silly film, and then inject the world of the first Creed into there, or like take the world of Rocky IV and inject it into here. And so the plot for it opens with Ivan Drago and his son Victor in Ukraine. They were essentially booed out of Russia after his loss in Rocky IV, and he lost everything. His country turned his back on him. His wife left him, and he's just been raising this son. And this is like truly a kid that is raised in hate. And you know, like I actually feel quite sorry for him by the end of the film. And then so they find out about like this Creed. They're like, right, we need to challenge this guy. And after that first fight, there's this big dinner scene, and Bridget Nelson, who played Drago's wife in Rocky IV, returns, which was like this quite a big surprise, because she was married to Stallone for a brief period of time in the mid-'80s, and it was actually this like very public, very bitter divorce, and to then like come back all this time later for Creed 2, that, you know, they must have buried the hatchet in some way. But it's one of those things, again, that it's like, this is so important to the character to have her return, that they're able to put that aside as like, yeah, great work on everyone's part. But so there's a scene at the dinner table. It's in Russian, and I know you watched it without subtitles. But
I didn't think it was important. I figured I could generally
you can more or less
emotions.
tell. So it's essentially that Drago and Victor, Ivan and Victor are there, and she walks in, and you can tell, like, you know, Ivan Drago's heart jumps to his throat, and she essentially makes some crack about, you must be very proud, but the Dragos get upset and leave. And Ivan is saying, like, these people have humiliated me, and we're on the verge of winning back that respect. And Victor's like, you know, like he loves his dad so much. He's like, he essentially says something like these people abandoned you, not me, like, and meaning like I didn't abandon you, like you don't need to take it out on me, kind of thing. And it's this whole thing. But then when we come to the final match, and this is like, this blew my mind. Okay, I'd seen 7 Rocky movies up until this point. Even like the ending of Creed was like, this could go either way, but it's kind of fitting that he loses, and it's like, you know, it's Force Awakens kind of thing. We're bringing Rocky to a new audience. I did not think that I could be not only like shocked but moved by the ending of a fight in a Rocky movie. And the way that the fight ends. So Victor Drago is like this huge imposing, and he's like never had to go more than 4 rounds, so he doesn't have that longevity. He's more of like a sprint kind of thing. He just sees he can knock people out with his immense power and stature. There's a few dirty tricks here and there throughout the fight, but he eventually starts to tire himself out, and Donnie gets the upper hand, and he's never had to defend himself, so he doesn't know how to. And he starts getting pummeled, and his mum, Bridget Nelson's character, is just like, ugh, you know, he's gonna lose. Fuck this, I'm out. She gets up and leaves, and then Ivan Drago stands up as well, And you think he's going to leave for a second as his son is just getting pummeled, about to lose the fight because he's up on the ropes. He doesn't really even have room to fall. And Donnie's just wailing on him. And then fucking one of the most incredible beats of storytelling I've ever seen in a film. Ivan Drago throws in the towel for his son and ends the fight. And my fucking God, what a beautiful end to this film. Like, I could not believe it in the cinema. I was like, I started writing a video essay about it. That's how much I like that. I was like, in almost every Rocky, and I was like, I wanted to talk to you about it so much, and I was like, we're gonna cover this one day, so I don't want to spoil the ending, but I want your thoughts on this because I think this would be a cool video essay. But it's like the fact that you take one of the dumbest, cartooniest villains of all time in Ivan Drago, who essentially just exists to be like Russia evil, and he's just this hulking kind of menace. And then you give him this beautiful, beautiful character arc 30 years later where he throws in the towel to save his son. Like, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. And also the fact that like almost every single Rocky movie, and maybe even every single Rocky movie, references stopping a fight or throwing in the towel, but it never happens until Creed 2. And it's like, I thought we'd seen every way a fight could end. Win by knockout, lose by knockout,
split decision. Win
by split decision, whatever, even like draws and whatnot. And then to actually finally see a throw in the towel and to redeem, to finally add depth to this character after 30 years of just being this cartoonish villain in what is like one of the silliest log lines for a film I've ever seen. I couldn't believe it. I was blown away.
Yeah, man. I think it's this, another continue the franchise idea that I can't do now because of this film was just Drago, and you make the series of all the offspring of Rocky characters. You do like Clubber's kid in the next one. But like this is we don't need a Drago now because we have a really beautiful character arc between that could probably withstand its own 90-minute runtime between the Drago father and son. And it's like they have their character arcs that are pretty much irrespective, independent from the main characters. And it's like, you don't get that in a lot of films, like the villains having their own character arcs, and you certainly don't expect to see it in a series which kind of built the back half of its golden age off kind of cardboard villains,
Yeah, but he and then the film ends with like Ivan telling Victor like it's okay that you lost, like I essentially I still love you, and then you see them because it starts off with Ivan driving the car alongside and forcing his son to run alongside it, but then at the end of the film they're running together, and and it's oh fuck man.
It's so good.
I hope you found it as beautiful as I did.
Do you know what? I'll admit something to you. I think I needed those subtitles now that you've explained it to me this way. I think not having the subtitles actually reduced my like connection. I love that you've connected with it this much. Like and it's like caused me to I agree with you. You know what I mean? Like you've shown me something beautiful in it that I didn't quite notice, which is what a good video essay should do. I guess that is really cool.
But yeah, like essentially the video essay would be like how is the ending of the 8th Rocky movie surprising? Like and it's like
I like it.
Yeah. So maybe if the Cult Popture YouTube channel is revived, that could be on there. Yeah, essentially that was kind of I just wanted to gush about that and the like.
No, that's cool, man.
One of the most beautiful fucking things, and also again, it does the using the Gonna Fly Now by Bill Conti, the do at a key point in the fight.
Well, it's while Creed is training, isn't it?
No, it's actually this one. It's where he knocks down Victor for the first time. It's in the previous one. It's as he like gets his second win going into the last round.
Right. On your favorite scene in the movie, I messaged you this, which now feels borderline trite and inappropriate compared to how much love you had for the scene. But this randomly placed inappropriate statistic. This is now our second franchise we've covered this year in which the second film in a sort of additional series on top of another series has the main character win a fight because his loved ones stay with him while the bad guy watches as his loved ones leave him and loses the fight after this happens in The Mummy Returns.
Yeah, I was, because you worded it in such a specific way, because I was kind of like, I think you missed the point of that scene if you think that,
I totally have missed. Well, no, I mean,
because you said he loses a key point in the fight, and I was like, yeah, because I was going to say that Victor doesn't lose the fight because his family leaves. He loses the fight because his family loves him.
I was talking about his mum leaving.
Yeah.
But I really needed those subtitles. I think. To be completely honest.
But yeah, I hope that you can appreciate that, and it's interesting because like, obviously for me, loving Rocky IV, I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, Dolph Lundgren's back. That, like, I was actually, when I was heartbroken to see you give 2.5 stars and no heart to Rocky IV, I was, because at first I was like, oh no, like, he's gonna not like Creed 2, but then I was like, actually, like, Creed 2 I feel like is objectively a good movie. It's a well-made movie, and it's the modern kind of, it's the different kind of storytelling. And I was like, actually, this would be really interesting to see how you feel it redeems Rocky IV as someone who doesn't like it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say it redeems Rocky IV beyond, like, saying, yes, it's still canon. The robot is still canon, which is, like, every now and again we get one of these franchises that, where, like, the rubber band of reality stretches dramatically in the middle, not towards the end. So like, there are later films where you look back and you've actually got to go, hey, this super grounded, heartbreaking movie about a young man, like, trying to achieve a legacy and live up to a legacy. It exists in the same universe. Paulie probably had sex with a robot.
Yeah. But, like, yeah, I guess, yeah, did this shape your opinion of Rocky IV, or do you think that your opinion of Rocky IV shaped your enjoyment of this film in any way?
No, in the sense that it's, like, forcing me to acknowledge, but it was already doing that with Apollo being dead. So I think that it's more that, like, I think Dolph Lundgren shines a lot more in this, although he's pretty good in Rocky IV. It's just maybe not a difficult role to play. Like, I did, as much as I say I needed the subtitles to connect with it as much as you did, I did, like, receive the acting of Dolph Lundgren as he throws in the towel. You know what I mean? Like, I did notice that he was giving.
Oh my god, he's horrified, and it's like, it's so sympathetic, and you can see him realize that he's, like, wasted his son's life.
Dude, I'm gonna be completely honest. Did not pick up on any of this. I needed those subtitles. Without the subtitles, I thought he was disappointed in his son and pulling him out of the ring and running with him at the end. I was not going to say this, but I may as well, because who gives a shit? But like, him running at the end, I thought it was just these two men in miserable failure, like down in the dirt together.
No, they're down in the dirt together, but they're now, like, appreciative of having each other. No, you look on Dolph Lundgren's face when he throws in the towel, and it's like, and it's him realizing, like, oh my god, my son is about to die, and everything, and I've made his entire life lead to this point, and like, what have I done? And realizing that, like, I don't care, like, if I lose my country, my wife, all my respect. It's like, none of that matters if I now lose my son.
I'll tell you what, Richard, I've just bumped Creed up 0.5 star on Letterboxd.
The first one.
Creed 2, half a star in Letterboxd. Which actually also means I need to put it above Rocky 1. There you go.
Thank you.
Wow.
Damn,
I can't now be like I was gonna have this thing where I was gonna be like the best Rocky movies are like always the beginning points of like Rocky Balboa and Creed are the best ones. And now I can't even say the best ones are I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have
but like, yeah, and also the thing is as well, I think, and because thinking of like, because I haven't really ranked the Rocky movies, because like I said, there's I can make an argument for more than half of them that my favorite. I think a lot of it is as well to do with the expectations. And so like Rocky 1 I always found I think a little bit underwhelming because I went into it knowing it was this best picture winner kind of thing, and then saw it and was like, it's just this kind of slow movie, yeah, sure, whatever. And then all the sequels I assumed were not that great, and then Rocky 2 I was like, damn, this is as good as the first one. So I kind of see it as being better, and then Rocky 4 was just this pure like a joy from start to finish. Rocky
different
Balboa,
kinds of love.
Yeah, Rocky Balboa, same as you. I was like, I just want to see Creed. I have to watch this other one. Then I was like, fuck this one. So that shot to the top. Creed is just an incredible movie, but Creed 2, I was like, there's no way this can be good. Like, I was going into it being like, it's annoying that they're like as much as I love Rocky 4, it's annoying that they're going back to that well kind of thing, and they're not confident enough in Creed, and they're having to make a sequel to a Rocky film as well. And then I was like, fuck, how was this movie so good?
Yeah. Nice. Hey, well, where are we in the show?
I'd say we're about halfway. All right, there's a few things I want to talk about. Oh God, I love Creed 2 so much, man. Okay, do
you like Creed 2 more than Creed?
I think it's one of those things where it's like Creed's probably better, but I feel like I have to go out to bat for Creed 2 more. Like it feels like I want to be the ambassador for how good Creed 2 is, but obviously Creed is good,
Yeah.
So, that's the Rocky films. We made it. 3 hours and 40-ish minutes.
Barely. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch.
Oh, yeah, there ain't going to be no rematch, which is a line from the first film. I do want to talk about the character of Rocky Balboa a little bit. So,
who?
Because
Who?
We're in a video game. I often say that Marty McFly is the greatest film protagonist of all time. I'm not putting that out for dispute. I still think he is. I think Rocky Balboa is up there. I think aside from one scene, which you could easily decant, you could cut it out of the first film, it wouldn't make a difference. I think Rocky Balboa is such a phenomenal protagonist. Like, just like having this like simple, like a gentle giant essentially, with a heart of gold, and just that he's a little bit goofy, and it's like there's all these like kind of interesting things that just add to his character. And yeah, I think he's such a phenomenal protagonist. What do you think of Rocky Balboa as a character?
I think my enjoyment of him as a character is greatly increased by them returning to the franchise after Rocky 5. I don't think I would care that much if my opinion of this franchise would be very different if Rocky 5 was still the last one. If we'd done this podcast and between Rocky 5 and Rocky Balboa, I don't think this franchise would be anything special. I actually think the cream is at the end of the.
Well, I think it would be something special in the sense that it's like it pioneered the art of the franchise in a way.
Yeah, there'd be something special in the sense that we've created the concept of a podcast by doing a podcast.
The podcast pre-2006,
yeah. I agree that he's a fantastic protagonist, but the reason I agree with that, I think, is because of the first one, the sixth one, and the seventh one. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
It's not a bad thing. I'm not criticizing that or your point or anything, just clarifying what I like. I like, as I said before, I like the combination of simple-mindedness with wisdom. I think that's because it's like, it'd be easy to think that being smart means you're wise, but it's like, Nah, man, it's just being lived.
Yeah.
Withered.
Also,
Carl Withered.
sorry, did you have a alternate title for Creed 2?
Sorry, I did. Yeah, Creed's Crisis. I have a few options here. I thought Creed's Crisis. I thought Creed's Cross, like cross to bear.
Yeah.
But then there isn't a thing in the film that starts with CR that quite accurately like what I need is a word that means like reputation or redemption, but starts with with a CR.
Yeah.
You sound so disappointed in me.
I am.
I did look up some of this stuff. And couldn't really find anything.
Creed's Creed is probably the closest to what you're looking
Creed's
for.
Creed's Code.
Yeah, but I mean, like another word for that is like Creed.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Creed's Creed.
I thought you were just going to do Creed's Rematch.
I was gonna do. This is my Letterboxd review for it. It was Seed of Creed.
Yeah,
because it's about his kid.
So we've got a few. Is there anything else you want to talk about generally about the franchise, or move on to the segments?
Let's move on to the segments.
All right, so we've got a few segments here to get through.
Bear with us, everybody. This nightmare will be over soon.
You didn't have anything else you want to say about titles?
No, that's it.
I don't just have that. The sixth
dislike
one,
them necessarily.
Yeah, the sixth one was almost called Rocky Six Punches Chance.
What
a terrible title!
Isn't it the name of the dog that they get in it? Punchy?
They get Punchy. Yeah. So continue the franchise. There's a classic Hollywood story that the late 80s. The mid to late 80s, there was rumors that they were making a Rocky 5, and people were like, another Rocky sequel? This is so ridiculous. Like it's a running joke how many Rocky sequels there are. There was rumors they were making a Rocky 5, and the joke going around Hollywood was that he'd run out of earthly opponents to face, and it was going to be Rocky versus aliens. And then someone thought that's not a bad idea and wrote a script, and that script was made into a movie, and that movie is called Predator.
That's awesome. Also, fuck, what kind of world of franchises do we live in now that getting to 4 movies is like, this is getting ridiculous. What's next? Aliens?
Yeah, it's so funny.
4 movies, you're calling that?
Yeah, 4 movies. Like the first 2, he fights the same person. He's run out of earthly opponents. He's
running out of earthly opponents.
Other continue the franchises that have been made or are in development. There's a musical. There's several video games, most notably
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah, there's Rocky Horror. The only film in the Rocky franchise to not feature Sylvester Stallone. What the fuck was that noise?
It's me laughing at how funny that joke was.
That was a great noise.
It's also my impression of if I was to fight any of the characters in the ring. The sound I'd make when Victor Drago holds me there and punches his fist through my ribcage.
I can't handle that. That's so funny.
We have not got to nearly 4 hours in one go on a podcast before. And I need this to be over. I need us to finish this.
Make the noise again.
I can't remember how. It's like...
It sounds like it's computer generated.
Yeah, like if I was, for some reason, like the world's worst video game protagonist, that's my sound when I get hit. Like...
Oh my god. Oh. 6 years of podcasting, and that's what gets the biggest laugh. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Whew. So most notable.
What else we got? Yeah.
What else? We
love it here.
So most notable video games are Rocky and Rocky Legends. Rocky Legends allows you to play as Rocky, Clubber Lang, Apollo Creed, or Ivan Drago. Rocky's storyline is just the story of the 5 movies. Clubber and Apollo tell the story of like from when they got their start to when they beat Rocky. So that you still, end victorious. But Drago's storyline actually has him win the fight in Russia and then has a little like epilogue kind of thing of what would have happened if he won.
What platform did this come out on?
Xbox and PlayStation 2.
Oh, wow. What's it called?
Rocky Legends.
That's cool. That sounds like a continue the franchise idea.
Yeah. No, it's cool. I did try and find the game today, but I wonder if it's available on like to Xbox, because I know you can buy some Xbox games and shit like that. Anyway, most importantly though, there is going to be a Creed 3 scheduled for November 23rd next year. Michael B. Jordan is directing his directorial debut. And Ryan Coogler apparently came out with an original story. He's not writing the script, but it's based on a story he came up with.
What an interesting relationship the Rocky series has with its, with its main stars and its directors,
That they're often the same person.
Yeah.
However, also...
I think Rocky Legends might be being remade. I could be wrong. I'm trying to read something while also finish this episode as fast as I can. Inside Survivor's interview with PSVR developer, so it might be a VR thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a Creed... video game which is released on VR.
I did know that.
Yeah. Fight to the Finish or something it's called. So there are a few more things to get through. In May 2019, so after Creed 2 came out, Stallone revealed he's retiring as playing Rocky Balboa. He's not going to be. He said in April of this year he's not going to be in Creed 3.
Really?
Yeah, he gave a big emotional speech, which you can see online about on set of Creed 2 about leaving the character.
Oh, wow. I did not know that.
Yeah, so Creed 2 is his final appearance as Rocky. However, in May 2019 at the Cannes Film Festival, Sylvester Stallone announced an idea he had about another story about Rocky Balboa, and by July of the same year, he confirmed that a sequel/follow-up to the current film series is in development. That's the Creed 3. So there's a new Rocky film, not just a new Creed film, is also in development.
No.
So this is...
I don't like this at all. What? This could be
conceptualized
really
as
bad.
an epilogue story. The film is said to be about...
No. You've already done an epilogue story.
Yeah,
You've done
couple.
2 epilogue stories.
It's about Rocky befriending a young fighter who's a foreigner stuck illegally in the United States. Stallone states... the United States, Stallone states, that's what we call them.
Yeah.
So Stallone says, so Rocky meets a young, angry person who got stuck in this country when he comes to see his sister. He takes him into his life, and unbelievable adventures begin. They wind up south of the border. It's very, very timely.
What? What is this? Don't make this! Please don't make this!
By May 2020, Stallone said that he's still working on the film, though it has not been officially greenlit by the studio.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Do you think that's the worst idea for another Rocky project Sylvester Stallone could be working on?
They should call it Rocky Road.
Nice.
Because it sounds like a road trip.
A road movie, yeah. Also, Stallone announced in July 2019 that there are ongoing discussions about a Rocky prequel television series with a project intended to premiere on a streaming service.
I'm actually fine with that. I feel like that'll be so unnotable that it won't feel like it impedes the legacy at all.
Yeah, sure. Irvin Winkler is said to be hesitant about making a TV series with concerns regarding how well it would translate to TV. But yeah, he's released on his Instagram, he posted pictures of his handwritten treatment, and his handwriting is impossible to decipher. But it does have a list of just notable events. So it's moon landing, Vietnam War, all this stuff. And so it's presumably maybe it's a Forrest Gump story that Rocky was at all of these events, or I think it's going to be these things are happening in the background of as he comes up as a fighter. But yeah, but also in March of this year, he mentioned again this prequel series that will take place during the 60s, and then when Amazon bought MGM this year, the Mike Hopkins, who's senior vice president of Amazon Prime Video, mentioned Rocky as one of their kind of major assets in the purchase. And he said the value behind this deal is the treasure trove of IP and the deep catalog that we plan to reimagine and develop together with MGM's talented team. So there will be some kind of Rocky thing still to come, I'm sure, because people are greedy. That's how it works. But also in the very immediate future, only a couple months away, there is a director's cut of Rocky 4 coming out. It comes out in November this year. It'll feature new footage of the Apollo versus Drago match, and most notably, it is going to cut out Paulie's robot. Stallone stating, "The robot is going to the junkyard forever. No more robot."
Yeah.
And the founder of the International Robotics, the guy I mentioned was the original voice of the robot, commented that Stallone cut out the robot to try and save money on royalty fees that were given to him in the original cut. It's like, no, it's probably just because the robot's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, will you be interested to see the director's cut?
Yeah, I'll watch.
Like knowing the original cut was an hour longer. I don't think it'll be 2.5 hours long, but I think putting some stuff back in will be really interesting.
Yeah. Nice. Is it called anything interesting?
I think it's just Rocky 4 director's cut. There's a post for it on his Instagram though.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, continue franchise. Now we have the part where we both pitch a continuation of the franchise.
Yeah.
And what have you got for us today, mate?
I want to make a movie called Paulie. Because Burt Young is still alive. So I was like, you know what? Where's Paulie's story? I want the whole franchise, but from Paulie's perspective, and it's just this horrible, this horrible person piggybacking.
It's called Paulie, like Poorly,
just piggybacking off the life of a much more successful and frankly much better person than he is, and then he dies of alcohol poisoning. After, watching his sister, who was a much better person than him, die. And it's just this real miserable story. And it's a cautionary tale of, be a better person. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is because I didn't want to do a clubber film. I was like, no, you're not.
Yeah,
it's too easy.
There's
Think of something else.
There's a parody trailer for a film. I think it was when the first Creed came out. It was on as a Jimmy Fallon sketch or something for a film called Clubber or Lang, whatever it's called, featuring Tracy Jordan as Clubber Lang Jr.
Very good.
My one is called Rocky High. It's an animated series, or it could be live action. It could be like a CW thing. And it features the children of every major character in the Rocky universe going to high school together. So you would have Rocky Jr., who actually we didn't mention, but an interesting thing in Creed 2, that he shows up there again, played by Milo Ventimiglia again. Which I was so very surprised to see. And I was, oh shit, that's the guy from the sixth one. But yeah, you'd have like a Clubber Lang Jr., you'd have Victor Drago, and it's just like with their insistence to do like the Tiny Toons version of everything, and even like a Rocky prequel series. So just jam them all together, put them through like, maybe it's like a boxing high school.
Yeah,
like a boxing. It's a boxing academy.
Yeah, boxing academy.
But yeah, you'd have like a young Paul. You'd have like a Paulie's kid. You'd have Adrian's kid. But like Adrian's kid and Rocky's kid would be like love
Different
interests
kids.
for each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my idea.
Love it.
But
right.
yeah, like in terms of like Creed 3 though, what would you like to see in a Creed 3?
Great question. I want it to be its own thing. I do not want to see it be another like remember this from the Rocky series. I think Creed very crucially at this point needs just a standalone film,
which is interesting. Yeah, that with Stallone not being in it, but at the same time, it's like I'll be real sad to not see Stallone in it.
Well, why is he not going to be? I thought they were going to like quietly kill him off screen, but like if meanwhile Stallone's making this other movie, it feels like they could probably just put Rocky in it at this point.
I hope he has some tiny little role. Like I just want to preserve him being in every film,
Yeah.
And then, would be appearing in Rocky films in 6 different decades, which would be fun.
Wow, holy shit. Alrighty. We're still here, everybody. Podcast coming up on over 4 hours.
Yeah, what might be our longest episode. I reckon let's try and make this our longest episode.
After Barbie.
Longer than Barbie. Than Barbie.
Yeah, okay.
I reckon we can go for another 14.
Hmm.
Oh, I have to be working 12 and a half hours. Damn it. Yeah, so...
Why did we do Creed as part of the same episode? It's literally a feature-length conversation now.
I thought about this, and for me, it was the fact that Creed 2 is so explicitly a sequel to Rocky 4. That's, to me, what ties it together.
But that, that'd be episodes next to each other.
Yeah. Like it doesn't matter that much. But I'm also literally also just because I was so excited to talk about the ending of Creed 2 to you.
Nice. Alrighty.
With you, I should say. Okay, so next up. Well, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Because you watched the film.
Because I didn't have subtitles on because I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah.
Yeah. This is, I think I worked out, this is like the 6th franchise I own every available film I own every available film on DVD or Blu-ray.
Good. All right.
One of which was The Expendables randomly, which I just have
another Stallone series.
Yeah.
This is the 3 main characters of Creed all star in the MCU. That's something I thought of. I thought of that.
Yeah, I also thought of that. And it's also on the IMDb trivia. I'm pulling up the ranking list, which is why we're still
I'm on the rank. I'm already here. I was waiting for you to stop talking.
Okay, right.
Okay, if you go to letterboxd.com/cultpopture, we've got a list of every franchise we've ever watched. It's 136, I think, and we're going to rank Rocky in that 136. I don't think we can give it a gold star, which means that every film is of a consistent quality. If not for Rocky 4, for Rocky 5, right? Like... I don't need to argue that Rocky 4 means it doesn't need a gold star because Rocky 5 is there. And I also think even Rocky 2 and 3 probably wouldn't get a lot of people unanimously agreeing that it's consistent.
Yeah. I don't think you don't have to make the argument.
Or I could make the argument that it should be a gold star franchise.
Okay, so obviously this it's all been leading up to this, right? I'll tell you where I think it should go. And you tell me where you think it should go.
Okay.
I think it should be number 1.
I don't think it should be number 1.
I think that, like genuinely, I think Rocky is such a good franchise, and it's such a like I said at the start, it's such a rewarding franchise, and I think the fact that it really it fucks itself over in the middle and then manages to save itself like 3 times in a row at the end is incredible and phenomenal. And it's and we've talked before that it's like to be like a good franchise. It doesn't, not every film necessarily needs to be good. And I think that the story of the Rocky franchise is such a good one. And in this mythical book of franchises that will one day write, Rocky will have a huge part of that. Yeah. And look, this is our longest episode for a reason. Yeah. And I think that it's one of those things that the fact that one of them's real bad and then they made a real good one to rectify that is worth it's worth extra points rather than takes away points.
I know what you mean. It's the same reason why the Terminator got into quite high up as a franchise, because the fact that it has a sequel that's better than the original is so rare that it earns brownie points. And I think what is significant about the Rocky films is that its distant sequels are so excellent, and probably because it has multiple distant sequels that are both really good. But with all that being said, I don't think it's fair to rank it first when we've got, I would say our top 2 currently are 2 examples of, they're gold star franchises. And I think I probably wouldn't. So that's Toy Story and Rise of the Planet of the Apes, which I laugh whenever I say, because without hearing us justify why it's there for 2.5 hours, that might be quite a shocking thing to say. I don't know if I do think it's better than Godfather, 3 Colors, or Back to the Future.
I think it's better than The Godfather.
Yeah, I guess in terms of franchise, maybe.
Yeah.
this is unfair. I'm weak. I'm 4 hours into a podcast and I'm weak.
I reckon I can get this to number one with how weak you are.
Nah, not number one. No way. I don't think I can go above The Godfather, and I don't even really want to go there. I think, yeah. I mean, we can leave it there for now, and then the alleged re-ranking episode might throw. It's funny. Do you ever do this when you rank things? How like you look at where you have like pockets of ranking? Because to me, saying like the Rocky franchise is better than like, I don't know, Spider-Man is like, no, of course not. But then is it better than The Godfather, which I've ranked above Spider-Man? Maybe. Like, it's such a broken way of thinking about things. I don't know.
Should we just delete this list?
Yeah, we should. It's brought us nothing but heartbreak.
Yeah. I tell you what, I hate this segment.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it in a sense because it's like, how interesting is it to listen to two guys talk about something inherently visual as ranking something? It must be very frustrating to not have this in front of you and hear us being like, yeah, I'd place it maybe 6th or 7th. Whatever.
Yeah, like,
I'm losing my ability to care about where it's
all right, cool. It's going 3rd.
All right.
I've saved it.
Fuck you. Fuck off. Like that's like the it's the picture is like Rocky with his hands up in the middle of the top row of our ranking. I don't know about that. I feel like that'll be controversial and will maybe be one of the first things to revisit if we ever do re-rank.
Yeah, I think it should be higher, but we'll come to that.
I feel like maybe I just didn't like any of them enough to consider it that good of a franchise. But
I think you should watch them again.
I will, and I think that as well. Like I always think about it wrong, and like thinking about them as like individual movies instead of as how they work.
Yeah, like I feel like every time we go to rank something, we do it on a different metric, which is why we end up with these fucking wildly different things.
And why something like Jaws, which has 1 great film and 3 middling to average films, is somehow at 45 above the Nymphomaniac constant. What
above
the fuck?
Kung Fu Panda.
Above Kung Fu Panda, a gold star franchise. Why is Jaws? Jaws should be so much lower down.
Yeah.
We're re-ranking this now at the end of a 4-hour episode.
All right. All right.
That is bananas that Jaws is that high.
Yeah.
Like, what a random example for me to pick because it's the perfect one.
Yeah.
Why is Scary Movie above Kung Fu Panda?
Well, scary movies because of our generation. But yeah, I mean, like,
I don't like this at all. This is a bad list.
This is a bad list. This whole list is stupid. It brought us nothing but pain. It's a stupid segment. Oh god.
I hate everything.
There's nothing good about the FFF ranking list.
There's nothing good. I'm deleting it. No, I'm not. Imagine that. So just shockingly delete this list. I'm not going to. I don't have it in me.
It would be very funny to announce you're deleting it, then people go check and we've privated the list.
Yeah, that would be pretty funny. But you've said it now, so now we don't have to do it.
Yeah, just bleep that whole thing.
Yeah, all right.
Anyway, that's that fucking garbage segment done.
Let's keep the segment, but just rag on it every time, and therefore, like, we'll lose the like kind of how seriously we feel we're forced to take it. The segment that we came up with, that we decided to be. Okay.
All right. So I believe now it's time to roll for our next franchise. We get to do it. We've got a list of franchises. How many are on the? Because I believe it's your turn to make me guess this time. Actually, it's not.
No, it's not. I was going to say, but I thought maybe you didn't want to be bothered getting it open, and I was like, I'll do the plugs. All right. Yeah, so. Hey everyone, AJ here, world-renowned gay frog man Alexander Jones, And I'm here to tell you that if you enjoyed this episode, you should subscribe to Cult Popture on all the different places. We're on all the major audio platforms. We have a Patreon, patreon.com/cultpopture if you want to throw us some money. We have a Discord server, which you should absolutely join. There's a link to in the description of this episode, which will give you access to our fan base, and you can talk to us about why you think Rocky V is actually a misunderstood masterpiece. We're also on YouTube.
Try and convince us to keep the FFF rankings.
Yeah. We're also on YouTube. We have one channel called Cult Popture, which is for video essays, but is being somewhat neglected at the moment. We have another channel called Cult Popture again, which is where you may be listening to this because that's where we put podcasts and the like. We're also on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Facebook, a platform I think is just... I never want to use it anymore. It's not even, I'm not even being like, oh, I'm too good for Facebook. I used to love Facebook. I used to think it was great. Now it's unusable. It's absolute garbage. It slows down my computer whenever I try use it. Anyone who's ever run a group, a Facebook group will know, or a Facebook page actually, will know how like comically, absurdly difficult it is to do anything on a Facebook page because it's all so hidden and garbled now. It's complete nonsense. So yeah, we're on Facebook. Check us out there. We're also on Letterboxd. You can check out all our Letterboxd rankings as well, both Cult Poptures and also our individual rankings. Tell a friend about this podcast. Tell them there's a New Zealand podcast which talk for over 4 hours about rock.
Do you know it's fun? So the whole New Zealand podcast awards are going on at the moment, and I thought because I think submissions end on the 1st of September, and this episode will come out just in time, and I thought, you know what, this would be a great one to submit. And you know what? After 4 hours, I think it is.
It certainly gives you an indication onto what sort of show we run here, you know?
Yeah, because literally I came into this episode thinking like, right, got to make this one good because I'm going to submit this to the New Zealand Podcast Awards. And then I start the episode by calling you the frog gay man.
Not even the gay frog man.
I know. What idiot!
Like it's homophobic if you don't know the full context.
I know that's why I panicked and dropped the character and immediately explained myself.
Yeah, it sounds homophobic, but it's also just frankly a poorly constructed sentence. It should have been gay frog.
My syntax is all over the fucking
syntax.
Place.
Record for another hour, I reckon.
I think this is we're hitting the like 4 a.m. sillies kind of vibes,
and it's only 11:45.
Okay, so it's time now.
Wait, do you think Rocky ever got the 4 a.m. sillies? I bet he did.
I bet he lived in the 4 a.m. sillies.
I bet the best moments of his life were during the 4 a.m. sillies.
Okay, so we've got a list of franchises, 122 of them currently, which a number which feels like it's rapidly going down.
Why is that?
Because it is. At this rate, we only have 5 years of podcasting left. So I'm going to roll a random number using random number generator.
Imagine if after
to a list.
After film franchise, we do every franchise, and then we start a podcast that's about films which don't have franchises, and then we do every one of them.
Yeah,
every film that doesn't have a franchise.
And like with a random number generator.
Yeah.
All right, 300,492. Okay, this is a movie I've never heard of before. It appears to be in Korean. All right. So I'm going to roll a random number generator now.
And then the next week, it's like, all right, we've got time stoppers.
We've got Rodriguez's shorts. AT&T. All right. So this is an action movie franchise.
Rambo.
It is Rambo.
Fantastic.
All right, see you guys next week for Rambo. Next month, 2 weeks for Rambo.
No, what is it? What is it? What is it?
It is Rambo.
No, it's not.
It is.
I don't believe you.
Well, you're right to not believe me. All right, it's yeah. So it's a trilogy. I believe sci-fi.
Okay.
It stars an actor we've dunked on a lot on this podcast. Not this episode,
Is
but
it Riddick?
It is Riddick.
Yeah. All right. Well, at least I can do my Sylvester Stallone accent next fortnight when I'm trying to talk like Vin Diesel. No, this feels appropriate. This feels earned. I deserve this. Cool. Well, that's it. Hey, everybody. Thank you for listening. I apologize for the downer ending. I'm not excited to do Riddick. So that's what? Pitch Black, Chronicles of Riddick, and Riddick, I think it's the name. God, I hate those titles. Suck my dick, Vin Diesel movie titles. And that'll be next fortnight. Don't know what we're doing next week yet. Could have been half of this episode. But that's next week, and next fortnight.
And there'll be a vote up on our Patreon tomorrow, if you're listening to this, probably, where you can vote for the franchise we cover after Riddick.
And that's for only $1 a month. For $5 a month, among other things, you actually get to give us something to talk about in the post-credit scene, which is coming up right after this music finishes. Ka kite, everybody. We'll see you next week.
Bye.
All right, and welcome along to the post-credit scene. As I just said, this is a segment at the end of each episode where if you give us $5 or more a month over at patreon.com/cultpopture, you get to give us something to talk about in this, the post-credit scene. Richard, what is the post-credit scene this week, and who's it from? What is it?
It's a question from Alexander McDonald, who asks, what is your go-to piece of movie trivia that you always whip out when you want to flex your film knowledge? For example, mine is that in the middle of singing Be Prepared in The Lion King, Jeremy Irons hurt his voice. So they subbed in famed Disney VA Jim Cummings for the last chorus, right after Scar goes, "You won't get a sniff without me." That's
Very
a great
nice.
one. And that actually, I feel like, is one that I often use as well.
I've heard you say it on the podcast multiple times.
Thank you. I don't know. I'm trying to think of this is one that I've seen coming up for a while, and I actually just can't think of any others other than the one you suggested. One that it doesn't come up a lot, but it's one of my favorite pieces of movie trivia is the movie Lord of War with Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
That there's a scene in that which has these giant piles of guns, and they're all real guns because they were cheaper than fake guns.
That's cool. I don't have a piece of movie trivia that I tell people. I tell people that the ampersand.
Mm-hmm.
The ampersand got its name, which is the little symbol you use when you write and.
Yeah.
It got its name because back in the day, at the end of the alphabet, you'd go W, X, Y, and Z, and per se, and, as in that symbol. Like, that's also a letter, per se. And so ampersand is a amalgamation of the words and, per se, and. And I tell people that. And one time I said that to sometimes host of the show, Jeremy, and I told him this at a party we were at, and he looked at me and he said, "It's really obnoxious that you talk about shit like this," or something like that. And I don't know if he'll listen this far. If he is, this is really funny. For about a week, I was like, I don't think I want to be friends with Jeremy anymore.